quorum is formed at 14:30 hours. So just like I earlier mentioned that the House resumes at 14:30, and the House so far did consider 4 questions for all answer understanding order 74. These are questions of ordinary nature. So right now we interest you to what is happening in the chamber.
Honorable members of parliament, Madam Speaker,
We have a quorum. Okay. Eh? Yeah. Okay. Honorable members, I have an announcement to make. I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers. You can stand up. From Great North Road Academy School, Avondale campus in Lusaka. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome our visitors in our midst. I thank you. You can take your seats. We make progress. Honorable members, I have 2 rulings to make. The first ruling is on a complaint by Mr. Munia Zulu, Member of Parliament for Rumezi Constituency, against the Honorable M. Imposha MP, Minister of Water Development and Sanitation, for allegedly strangling him on account of his debate on the floor of the House on Wednesday, 11th October 2023, and on a complaint by Honorable M. Imposha MP against Mr. Munia Zulu MP for his alleged unethical behavior on the premises of the Assembly on Wednesday, 11th October 2023. I order Mr. Munia Zulu, Member of Parliament for Rumezi Constituency, to go and stand behind the bar of the House. I also instruct the Sergeant at Arms to take the Speaker's mercy and go and stand behind the member. Thank you. Order. Honorable members, I wish to inform the House that on Wednesday, 11th October 2023, my office received a letter of complaint from Mr. Munia Zulu, Member of Parliament for Rumezi Constituency, against Honorable M. Imposha MP, Minister of Water Development and Sanitation, for allegedly strangling him. In his complaint, Mr. Munia Zulu MP alleged that he alleged that Honorable M. Imposha MP strangled him in the National Assembly car park for raising a question to him on the floor of the House on Wednesday, 11th October 2023. He stated that the incident occurred in the presence of Honorable D.M. Siakalima MP, Minister of Education, Mr. T.E. Mutinta, Member of Parliament for Itezitezi Constituency, Mr. N. Chilangwa, Member of Parliament for Kawambwa Constituency, and unnamed support staff. Mr. Munia Zulu MP added that the incident not occurred in the National Assembly car park. He would have been forced to defend himself using his licensed firearm, and their life would have been lost. Subsequently, on Thursday, 12th October 2023, my office received a letter of complaint from Mr. M. Imposha MP against Mr. Munia Zulu MP for his alleged unethical behavior on Parliament precincts on Wednesday, 11th October 2023. Honorable M. Imposha MP alleged that on Wednesday, 11th October 2023, Mr. Munia Zulu MP raised the point of order where he targeted his personal business and claimed that people were queuing for water at his property. In addition, Honorable M. Imposha MP alleged that when he went to the National Assembly bar, an altercation ensued where Mr. Munia Zulu MP insulted him, took off his necktie, and challenged him to a fight. He stated that the incident was witnessed by 2 members of staff and some members of Parliament, namely Mr. T.E. Mutinta MP, Mr. N. Chilangwa MP, Mr. S.C. Chanda, Member of Parliament for Kanchivia Constituency, and Mr. P. Twasa, Member of Parliament for Kasenengwa Constituency. Further, Honorable M. Imposha MP accused Mr. Munia Zulu MP of returning to the chamber in a drunken state, making threats of shooting someone and pointing fingers at him. Furthermore, Honorable M. Imposha MP asserted that Mr. Munia Zulu MP falsely accused him of strangling him and repeated threats of shooting someone in a complaint lodged with the office of the Honorable Madam Speaker on Wednesday, 11th October 2023. In line with parliamentary practice and procedure, and in accordance with the rules of natural justice, on Wednesday, 8th November 2023, the office of the clerk wrote to Honorable M. Imposha MP and Mr. Munia Zulu MP to state their side of the story regarding the respective complaints. Mr. Munia Zulu MP was also asked to provide particulars of the support staff who allegedly witnessed the incident in the National Assembly car park. Additionally, on Thursday, 9th November 2023, letters were written to all the members of Parliament who allegedly witnessed the incidents referred to in both complaints, namely Honorable D.M. Siakalima MP, Mr. T.E. Mutinta MP, and Mr. N. Chilangwa MP, Mr. P. Twasa MP, and Mr. S.C. Chanda MP to state what they witnessed. Further, on the same day, the office of the clerk wrote letters to Ms. Jean Batunyana, Mr. Isa Omwenda, Mr. Hebed Himoya, members of staff who were on duty at the National Assembly Bar to state what they witnessed on the material date. The witnesses' responses are summarized below. The first one, Honorable M. Imposha MP. Honorable M. Imposha MP denied strangling Mr. Munia Zulu MP or being present in the National Assembly car park at the material time. He also denied engaging in physical altercation with Mr. Munia Zulu MP, either within or outside the precincts of the National Assembly. He reiterated that Mr. Munia Zulu MP was the aggressor both in the House and at the bar, and concluded his letter by listing the names of witnesses who could corroborate his story. Mr. Herbert Himoya, National Assembly barman. Mr. H. Himoya stated that on Wednesday, 11th October 2023, at about 1640 hours, he attended to Honorable M. Imposha MP, who was clearing his bill at the National Assembly bar. He added that he did not witness any confrontation between the two members in question. The third one, Ms. Jean Spatunyana, National Assembly bar lady. Ms. J. Spatunyana stated that she did not witness the incident between Honorable M. Imposha MP and Mr. Munia Zulu MP. She added that on the material day, she was working from the kitchen. However, when she went to the bar counter, she saw Mr. Munia Zulu MP leaving the bar area, but did not see Honorable M. Imposha MP at all on the material day. Mr. Issa Omwenda, National Assembly barman. Mr. E. Mwenda stated that on the material day, Honorable M. Imposha MP went to the bar to clear his outstanding bill. In that regard, he added that he called Mr. H. Himoya to attend to Honorable M. Imposha MP while he left the bar and proceeded to the kitchen to collect the snacks for the orders already made for the guests. Mr. T. E. Mutinta MP. Mr. T. E. Mutinta averred that he witnessed a conversation between Honorable M. Imposha MP and Mr. Munia Zulu MP at the National Assembly bar and not in the car park as alleged by Mr. Munia Zulu MP. He stated that during the conversation, he witnessed Mr. Munia Zulu MP charge at Honorable M. Imposha MP and uttered strong words to him. He concluded his letter by denying ever witnessing Mr. Munia Zulu MP being strangled by Honorable M. Imposha MP. Mr. N. Chilangwa MP. Mr. N. Chilangwa MP stated that he was at the National Assembly bar area on the material day and that he witnessed the two members joking with each other. He, however, did not witness the alleged incident in the National Assembly car park. The other witnesses, namely Honorable D. Siakalima MP, Mr. P. Twasa MP, Mr. S.C. Chanda MP, did not respond to their letters despite several reminders. Similarly, Mr. Munia Zulu MP did not respond to the letter written to him, neither did he avail the particulars of the members of staff who allegedly witnessed his strangulation. Honorable members, the two complaints raise the issue of misconduct by a member that constitutes a breach of privilege and contempt of the House. Honorable members, the National Assembly Powers and Privilege Act, Chapter 12 of the Laws of Zambia, provides for contempt. In that regard, Section 19C provides as follows. 19, any person shall be guilty of an offense who, Number C, causes an obstruction or disturbance within the precincts of the Assembly. Additionally, Standing Order number 207 of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders for 2021, provides as follows. 2071, contempt of the House refers to an act, omission, or conduct which obstructs, impedes either the House or members or officer in the discharge of their duties. Number 2, in addition to instances under Section 19 of the National Assembly Powers and Privileges Act, the following may constitute contempt of the House: molestation of members on account of their debate or conduct in the House or a committee. Further, Standing Order 203 provides for the conduct of members within the precincts of the Assembly as follows. 203, 1. A member shall at all times conduct himself or herself in a manner that upholds the dignity, integrity, and decorum of the House. A member shall not act in a manner that brings the House or other members generally into disrepute. Lastly, Standing Orders number 205E provides that a member commits an act of gross disorderly conduct if such member uses violence against another member or other person in the House or committee or within the precincts of the Assembly. Honorable members, it is clear from the authorities cited above that unethical behavior, violence, and molestation of other members by a member is a breach of parliamentary privilege and contempt of the House. Consequently, both matters were referred to the Committee on Privileges and Absences for determination. The Committee on Privileges and Absences met to consider and determine the matters on Thursday, 14th March 2024. Honorable M.E. Mposha MP, Mr. S.C. Chanda MP, Ms. Jane Sipatonyana, Mr. Isa Omwenda, and Mr. Herbert Himoya appeared before the committee. Mr. Munia Zulu MP and other members named as witnesses did not attend the hearing despite being served with the notice of hearing through their official Parliament email address. Honorable members, the committee considered whether procedurally it could proceed to determine the matter based on the written submissions of Mr. Munia Zulu MP and other witnesses who were absent. After extensive deliberations, the committee noted that by not responding to the clerk's letter and attending the hearing, Mr. Munia Zulu MP neglected to prosecute his complaint and to defend himself against the complaint by Honorable M.E. Mposha MP. For this reason, the committee resolved to proceed to determine the matter based on the evidence on record and oral submissions of witnesses who appeared before it. Honorable M.E. Mposha MP. Honorable M.E. Mposha MP relied on his written complaint and his letter of response to the complaint filed by Mr. Munia Zulu MP. He added that the basis of his complaint was firstly the misconduct exhibited by Mr. Munia Zulu MP at the National Assembly bar counter, that is, taking off his necktie and charging at him. Secondly, he averred that he was abused and slandered by the letter of complaint lodged by Mr. Munia Zulu MP. He further explained that this was because the said letter falsely accused him of violence, and it was widely circulated on both social and print media platforms. When asked to clarify what he meant by the word abuse, he indicated that Mr. Munia Zulu MP called him a poor and stupid minister in full view of other members and members of staff, which was demeaning. Mr. S.C. Chanda MP. Mr. S.C. Chanda MP informed the committee that he did not file his written submission as he was in the constituency at the time. He therefore opted to make oral submissions. In his oral submissions, he averred that on the material day, he was at the National Assembly bar where he witnessed Honorable M. Imposha MP tap Mr. Munia Zulu MP on his shoulders in a friendly manner. He explained that Mr. Munia Zulu MP overreacted, which led to a bitter exchange of words between the parties. Mr. Munia Zulu MP stood up, loosened his necktie, but Honorable M. Imposha MP remained calm and eventually left the bar. Mr. S. Chanda MP stated that the only incident he witnessed between the two members was at the bar and not the car park. He indicated that although he did not recall the exact words used by Mr. Munia Zulu MP on Mr. Honorable M. Imposha MP, they were indeed provoking in nature. Ms. Jean Spatonyana, Mr. Isa Omwenda, and Mr. Herbert Imoya opted to rely on their written submissions as evidence before the committee. Honorable members, in considering the matter, the committee took into account both the oral and written submissions of the parties and the witnesses. From the evidence adduced, the committee observed that the two members only had an encounter at the National Assembly bar and not the car park as alleged by Mr. Munia Zulu MP. Therefore, it found that the complaint by Mr. Munia Zulu MP against Honorable M. Imposha MP had no evidence. On the other hand, the committee found the complaint by Honorable M. Imposha MP against Mr. Munia Zulu MP was proven, and therefore Mr. Munia Zulu MP's action amounted to misconduct and the contempt of the House. In deliberating on the appropriate punishment to mete out to Mr. Munia Zulu MP, the committee took into consideration the following. 1. Mr. Munia Zulu MP knowingly misled the office of the Honorable Madam Speaker by lodging a false complaint, and 2, that the act of misleading the Honorable Madam Speaker and his conduct on 11th October 2023 on the floor of the House and at the National Assembly bar was unethical and unbefitting a member. Honorable members, after due consideration of the above facts, the committee resolved to recommend as follows. 1, that the complaint by Mr. Munia Zulu MP against Honorable M. Imposha MP be dismissed, and 2, that Mr. Munia Zulu MP be reprimanded in accordance with Section 28(1)(c) and 28(a)(2) of the National Assembly Powers and Privileges Act for his conduct against Honorable M. Imposha MP. Honorable members, I endorse the committee's recommendations and accordingly dismiss the complaint lodged by Mr. Munia Zulu MP. Further, pursuant to Section 28(1)(c) and 28(a)(2) of the National Assembly Powers and Privileges Act, I will now proceed to reprimand Mr. Munia Zulu MP. Mr. Munia Zulu MP, your conduct of threatening violence towards Honorable M. Imposha MP was unethical and unbefitting of a member. Further, instead of being apologetic about your misconduct, you opted to mislead my office by lodging a false complaint against Honorable M. Imposha MP, which was slanderous not only to him, but to the House as a whole. The House is therefore extremely displeased with your conduct. I wish to reiterate that I will not tolerate gross indiscipline and misconduct from you or indeed any member of this House. The honor, decorum, and dignity of the House must be protected and preserved at all times. I do trust that you reflect seriously on your conduct and in future desist from conduct unbefitting a member of this august House. I now order you, Mr. Munia Zulu MP, to read your apology and thereafter resume your seat. I thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Order. Can we give chance to the honorable member to render the apology? The honorable member for Lumezi, please, you can go ahead.
Madam Speaker, out of respect for your office, Madam Speaker, when I was on suspension as a complainant, I had no chance to write any responses to parliamentary letters because I couldn't access the building. But let me read the letter. Yes. Madam Speaker, I, Munir Zulu, Member of Parliament for Lumezi Constituency, in my personal capacity, do hereby unreservedly apologize to this august House and to you, Madam Speaker, for threatening violence towards Honorable M.E. Mfosha, MP.
Order, honorable members, order. You are disturbing the honorable member on the floor. You may continue, honorable member for Lumezi.
When is the 11th of October 2023, and for knowingly misleading the Honorable Madam Speaker by lodging a false complaint against Honorable M. Infosha MP, which was slanderous not only to him but to the House as a whole. Full stop. Madam, having seriously reflected on my conduct, Madam, having seriously reflected on my conduct, which was unethical and amounts to misconduct and the contempt of the House, I wish to sincerely apologize to this august House. I wish to assure you, Madam, and this august House, that from now on, I shall endeavor to preserve and protect the honor, decorum, and dignity of the House at all times.
And you were born again.
Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well done.
There is another ruling. Order, honorable members. The second and last ruling for today. This is a ruling on a point of order raised on Friday, 6th October 2023 by Mr. L.M. Mufalali, nominated Member of Parliament against Mr. B.M. Munduvire, Member of Parliament from Porokoso Constituency, for his alleged misconduct on the floor of the House on Friday, 6th October 2023, and on a complaint by Mr. F.C. Chatila, Member of Parliament for Momba Constituency, against Mr. B.M. Mundubire MP for the statements he made on Friday, 6th October 2023, during the Patriotic Front Party press briefing at the National Assembly Media Center. Honorable members, in line with our practice and procedure, a member against whom a complaint is raised is required to be present in the House when the ruling is delivered. In that regard, Mr. B.M. Mundubire MP was contacted by the Office of the Clerk to inform him to be present in the House today, Tuesday, 26th March 2024. However, Mr. B.M. Mundubire MP elected to be absent from the House, stating that he was out of town. I will nonetheless proceed to render the ruling in absentia. Honorable members, you recall that on Friday, 6th October 2023, when the House was considering the motion of supply on the 2024 national budget, Mr. L.M. Mufalali, nominated Member of Parliament, raised a point of order against Mr. B.M. Mundubire, Member of Parliament from Porokoso Constituency. The point of order was premised on Standing Order 2071 and 2B of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders for 2021, which provides for contempt of the House. In his point of order, Mr. L.M. Mufalari MP inquired whether Mr. B.M. Mundubire MP was in order to show disorderly conduct on the floor of the House. In his immediate response, the Honorable Mr. Second Deputy Speaker reserved his ruling. Further, I wish to inform the House that on Wednesday, 11th October 2023, my office received a complaint by Mr. F.C. Chatila, Member of Parliament for Momba Constituency, against Mr. B.M. Mundubire MP. In his letter, Mr. F.C. Chatila MP stated that on Friday, 6th October 2023, Mr. B.M. Mundubire MP held a press briefing at the media center within the precincts of the National Assembly. At that press briefing, Mr. B.M. Mundubire MP allegedly made utterances that were demeaning and reflected negatively on the character and impartiality of the Honorable Mr. Second Deputy Speaker in the discharge of his duties. He explained that the utterances contravened Section 19D of the National Assembly Powers and Privileges Act, Cap 12, of the laws of Zambia, and Standing Orders 2032 and 2071 and 2 and B of the National Assembly Standing Orders for 2021. In line with parliamentary practice and procedure, and in accordance with the rules of natural justice, on 2nd November 2023, the Office of the Clerk wrote to Mr. B.M. Mundubire, MP, requesting him to state his side of the story on the matters. In response, by a letter dated Tuesday, 20th February 2024, Mr. B.M. Mundubire MP stated that he was not availed the verbatim record of the point of order or the relevant video footage. He also contended that the letter from the National Assembly lacked specific information regarding the nature of the disorderly conduct that he showed on the floor of the House and the precise utterances he made during the press briefing. In this regard, he requested further and better particulars, as well as a copy of the video footage and the verbatim record of the point of order. Consequently, on Tuesday, 27th February 2024, the Office of the Clerk wrote to Mr. B.M. Mundubire MP, availing him the verbatim record of the point of order. He was informed that the video footage would be sent to his official Parliament mail address using a digital platform called WeTransfer. In response, Mr. B.M. Mundubire MP stated that the point of order was speculative, politically motivated, and failed to meet the admissibility criteria. He added that the presiding officer disrespectfully declined to admit his point of order under Standing Order number 44 when he admitted a similar point of order raised by Mr. M. Chinkuli, Member of Parliament for Kanyama Constituency. He explained that he did not intend to disrupt proceedings or show disrespect to the presiding officer by raising his point of order, but meant to assist the presiding officer in the maintenance of discipline in the House in line with his duty as the leader of opposition. Mr. B.M. Mundubire MP, therefore, categorically denied any wrongdoing and asserted his right to freedom of expression and parliamentary privilege. Honorable members, the point of order by Mr. L.M. Mufalari MP and complaint by Mr. F.C. Chatila MP raised the following issues. Number one, a member exhibiting gross disorderly conduct on the floor of the House, and two, a member making statements that are demeaning and reflect negatively on the character and impartiality of the presiding officer. Honorable members, Section 19 of the National Assembly Powers and Privileges Act, Chapter 12 of the Laws of Zambia provides for contempt. Section 19D and E provides as follows. 19, any person shall be guilty of an offense who, number D, shows disrespect in speech or manner towards the speaker, or E, commits any other act of intentional disrespect to or with reference to the proceedings of the Assembly or of a committee of the Assembly or to any person presiding at such proceedings. Additionally, Standing Order number 203 of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders for 2021, provides as follows. Number 2031, a member shall at all times conduct himself or herself in a manner that upholds the dignity, integrity, and decorum of the House. Number 2, a member shall not act in a manner that brings the House or other members generally into disrepute. Further, Standing Order number 204 sets out the rules on parliamentary decorum and etiquette as follows. Number 204, 1. Parliamentary decorum and etiquette refers to an essential standard of behavior that a member must observe in the House in order to maintain the dignity and decency of the House. Number 2, a member shall observe the following rules of parliamentary etiquette. G, a member shall listen in silence to the debates in the House. And H, a member shall not obstruct, interrupt proceedings, or make disruptive running commentaries when another member is speaking. Furthermore, Standing Order 205 outlines the circumstances that amount to gross disorderly conduct. In particular, paragraphs A and 1 provides as follows. 205, a member commits an act of gross disorderly conduct if the member defies a ruling or direction of a presiding officer, 1, acts in any other way to the serious detriment of the dignity or orderly procedure of the House. Lastly, Standing Order 205, which provides for contempt of the House, provides as follows. 207, number 1, contempt of the House refers to an act, omission, or conduct which obstructs or impedes either the House or members or officer in the discharge of their duties. 2, in addition to instances under Section 19 of the National Assembly Powers and Privileges Act, the following may constitute contempt of the House. B, a reflection on the character or impartiality of the Speaker in the discharge of the Speaker's duties. Honorable members, my predecessor, the Eastward Speaker, Right Honorable Dr. Patrick Matibin, State Counsel, had occasion to rule on a similar matter in the case of Honorable B.M. Munduvire, MP, Government Chief Whip as he was then, versus Mr. G. Nkombo, Member of Parliament for Mazabuka Central. This is in the National Assembly of Zambia Daily Parliamentary Debates of Tuesday, 12th November 2019. In that case, Honorable B. Munduvire, MP, submitted a complaint against Mr. G. Nkombo, MP. In the complaint, he alleged that Mr. G. Nkombo, MP, had conducted himself in a disorderly manner and shows disrespect towards the then First Deputy Speaker, Honorable Madam Catherine Namgala. This followed Mr. G. Nkombo, MP's failure to withdraw from the chamber through the nearest door available when she ordered him to leave the chamber. In keeping with the Assembly's precedents on similar matters, Mr. G. Nkombo, MP, was suspended from the service of the National Assembly for a period of 10 days. Further, in a ruling dated 21st July 2023, Reverend G.M. Katuta, Member of Parliament for Chienge Constituency, was suspended for 7 days for walking out of the House while pointing and shouting at a fellow member and pointing at the presiding officer. Honorable members, it is evident from the authorities cited above that it is a breach of parliamentary privilege and contempt of the House for a member to show gross disorderly conduct on the floor of the House and make statements that are demeaning and reflect negatively on the character and impartiality of a presiding officer. Honorable members, both matters were referred to the Committee on Privileges and Absences for consideration. The committee met on Tuesday, 19th March 2024 to consider the matters. Mr. B.M. Munduvire, MP, Mr. F.C. Chatira, MP, appeared before the committee to argument their written submissions, while Mr. L.M. Mufarari, MP, was not present. The committee resolved to proceed to determine the point of order based on the evidence before it. The point of order and complaint were dealt with as set out below. Point of order by Mr. L.M. Mufarari, MP. The committee viewed the relevant video footage in the presence of the respondent, Mr. B.M. Munduvire, MP. Mr. B.M. Munduvire, MP, was then requested to comment on the evidence relating to the point of order. Mr. B.M. Munduvire admitted that the video footage was correctly attributed to him and reiterated that the presiding officer had been unjust to him as the then leader of opposition. He defended his action as necessary due to the lack of alternative avenues to express his grievances. He stated that he was ready to face the consequences of his actions and had expressed no confidence in the process. The chairperson reminded Mr. B.M. Munduvire, MP, that the committee's role was to impartially evaluate cases and assist the Honorable Madam Speaker in delivering justice. Mr. B.M. Munduvire, MP, then apologized for his remarks, but raised concern that no complaint filed by him or other opposition members of Parliament was tabled before the committee. Further, he stated that precedence was not being followed by presiding officers as similar cases were treated differently. Complaint by Mr. F.C. Chatira, MP. Both the complainant and respondent submitted before the committee are set out below. 1. Mr. F.C. Chatira MP. Mr. F.C. Chatira MP stated that his complaint related to the utterances by Mr. B.M. Munduwire MP at the PF press briefing held at the National Assembly Media Center. He highlighted the demeaning nature of Mr. B.M. Munduwire MP's statements and their potential impact on public confidence in the National Assembly. He added that Mr. B.M. Munduwire MP's conduct could not be justified because there were laid down rules and procedures when a member was aggrieved by a decision of a presiding officer. Number 2, Mr. B.M. Munduwire MP declined to watch the video footage in respect of the complaint by Mr. F.C. Chatira MP, as he did not wish to waste the committee's time. He, however, admitted that the video footage was correctly attributed to him. He stated that the press briefing was the only avenue available to him at the time to air his views. He added that he would not desist from pointing out the incompetence of the presiding officers on behalf of his members if similar conduct repeated itself on the floor of the House. After considering all the evidence before it, the committee established the following. 1. Mr. B.M. Munduwire MP admitted to the allegations in both the point of order and the complaint. And 2. The evidence overwhelmingly support a finding of breach of parliamentary privilege and contempt of the House against Mr. B.M. Munduwire MP. In determining the appropriate punishment to be meted out to Mr. B.M. Munduwire MP, the committee considered the following. 1. Although Mr. B.M. Munduwire MP had the right to freedom of expression, such freedom was not absolute because it needed to be exercised in a manner that upheld the dignity and decorum of the House. Therefore, if he was aggrieved by the presiding officer's directive, he should have adhered to the laid down procedures for dealing with such issues. 2. The misconduct by Mr. B.M. Munduwire MP was not only exhibited on the floor of the House, but repeated later on the same day at the National Assembly Media Center. Mr. B.M. Munduwire strongly stated that he would repeat his conduct if a similar situation arose. He was therefore not remorseful. The offense committed by Mr. B.M. Munduwire MP was grave and had attracted the severe sanction of suspension in the past. Honorable members, after deliberating on the above issues, the committee resolved to recommend that Mr. B.M. Munduwire MP be suspended from the National Assembly for 30 days. I fully endorse the committee's recommendation. Therefore, in accordance with Section 28(2) of the National Assembly Powers and Privileges Act, I now put the question. The question is that the House accordingly suspends Mr. B.M. Munduwire MP for a period of 30 days. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Or the contrary say no. I think the noes have it. A division is called for. Ring the bells.
Right now, bells are ringing and a division has been called, meaning members of parliament will vote electronically. So on the order paper today we have 5 questions and 4 questions have been considered. These are questions for oral answer understanding order 74, questions for ordinary nature. And the following members of parliament did ask questions. Mr. Pavlum Kalovo Usakile, member of parliament, did direct his question to the Minister of Mines and Mineral Development. What measures the government is taking to ensure that local contractors and suppliers benefit from the mining activities at the Black Mountain in Kitwe district. The other question comes from Mr. Chingamyutu, Kalabo Central Member of Parliament. He did direct his question to the Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Lexon Dungu Kapoche, Member of Parliament, did ask the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. So other members who did pose questions include Mr. Simpundu Chembe, Member of Parliament, who did ask the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. Question 329 came from Mr. Musanje Babala, Member of Parliament, who did ask the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
The Honorable Member for Pambashi, we have started the voting system. We are now ringing the bells for 4 minutes. After 4 minutes, I think we are going to continue with the procedure notes. What is your point of order? Because this is straightforward and it's on who, Honorable Member?
Madam Speaker, our procedure according to Standing Order 238, it is strange, and for the first time in the history of Zambian Parliament, for the executive to cause division.
To do what?
No. No.
Honorable Member.
I'm addressing you. I don't know why my friends are attacking me. Am I protected, Madam Speaker?
Okay. So I think, Honorable Member, let's wait for this process to finish.
Okay.
We've already started the process. Let's do one thing at a time. All the honorable members, close the bar, clear the lobbies and lock the doors. The House will vote electronically. You may now log in to the e-chamber application, enter your credentials, and wait for the voting screen to appear. You click on the present button. There are three options: yes, no, abstain. You press on your preferred option. Is it refusing? It's not responding. They are saying that it's not responding.
It's not responding.
Yes.
No, it's not yet open.
Okay.
It's not yet open.
Is it open now?
It's open.
Okay.
Open.
Okay. Voting is in progress. You have just voted. Where?
The sound.
I've done this. Here I've done this. So we're waiting for the sound to close. Is it closed now? Or I've used the other one?
Use the other one.
Ah.
When you hear the second, so let's start from here.
Okay. All the honorable members, when you hear the second paging sound, the vote will close after 1 minute. You have just voted. The results. The results, honorable members, yes, we have 67. The noes, we have 42. And abstain, we have 1. Therefore, the ayes have it. And the question is resolved in the affirmative. Honorable members, although Mr. Order, we have completed the exercise. Honorable members, although Mr. B.M. Munduvire MP is not present in the House, I'll proceed to address him in absentia. Honorable B.M. Munduvire MP, as the former government chief whip and leader of opposition, and a senior and long-serving member of this august House, you are aware of the procedure for challenging the decision of a presiding officer. Therefore, your conduct of defying the directives of the Honorable Mr. Second Deputy Speaker and making utterances that cast aspersions on him was not only disrespectful but also affront to the authority and dignity of the House. Your right to freedom of speech does not extend to lawlessness, misguided militance, and rudeness. This is a house of honor, decorum, and dignity. As such, your conduct ought to be exemplary and above reproach. I wish to state that I will not tolerate indiscipline and misconduct from you or indeed any other member. I request you to reflect on your conduct, and I truly trust you will change and conduct yourself in a manner befitting an honorable member of Parliament. Further, I wish to inform you that in accordance with Section 28(3) of the National Assembly Powers and Privileges Act, during the period of your suspension, you shall not enter the precincts of the Assembly, and this extends to the National Assembly Motel. 2, you shall not participate in an activity of the Assembly or any committee that you are assigned to in your capacity as Member of Parliament. And 3, you shall not be paid the salary or allowance that you are entitled to as a member. It is my earnest hope that this will be the last time you show such undesirable conduct. I now order Mr. B.M. Mundubire MP to proceed on the 30-day suspension with effect from today, Tuesday, 26th March to 24th April 2024, as resolved by the House. I thank you. Order, honorable members, when business was suspended, the House was considering the second reading stage of the Constituency Development Fund Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023, and the honorable member from Pika was debating. May the honorable member continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was saying, in other jurisdictions such as Kenya, they have given absolute authority to members of parliament to superintend over constituency development fund on behalf of the people. In a similar fashion, we had expected that going forward, if there could be any amendments to the CDF Act, it should be that the role of an MP in the running of CDF is clearly defined. Many of the times when members of parliament are faulted, when implementation of CDF fails by the local authorities, the people that take the blame are members of parliament. Therefore, it's imperative that any amendment that should be done is that which is going to clearly define the role of a member of parliament. Unlike proposing to bring the executive through the DC, a position which is not even constitutionally provided for. The provincial minister also being part of Constituency Development Fund. Maybe it would be also okay to take the money and create a district development fund. We MPs remain with even 1.5. Madam Speaker, we had expected that we would be dealing with issues that allow us to keep the constituency development fund projects monitoring vehicles. We had expected that we would be dealing with issues which will require the enhancement of the local authorities' capacity to run and implement CDF projects. Now here we are discussing the district commissioner, provincial CDF committee. Where on earth? The High Court. These amendments, Madam Speaker, are not progressive at all. And I want to appeal to all members of Parliament, regardless, to reject this bill. There is no way we can make a law that chuck us out in the running of CDF. Tomorrow we'll be blamed to have made a law that reduced their powers. That shouldn't be the case. Madam Speaker, CDF is a fund that members of Parliament use to run the affairs of their constituencies, the developmental affairs. If the powers of MPs are reduced and then you have two senior officers in the Constituency Development Fund Committee, that is source of pandemonium in the running of the fund. In fact, if the executive is insufficiently represented by the officers from the council, it would have made sense if the district administrative officer was the one to represent the executive. Because the DAO is not a political office. It's a civil servant. Madam Speaker, I want to repeat and appeal to all members of Parliament to reject this amendment. In fact, it should just be withdrawn. Because even the committee itself, the stakeholders, objected to these amendments. So it should be a good thing if the amendments were withdrawn, they looked at, then come back with the same. Madam Speaker, as I reject the amendment, I submit.
The Honourable Member for Kandanji.
Madam Speaker, thank you for giving the people of Kandanji an opportunity to add a voice to this bill, which has come at a time when we are supposed to be celebrating the good news of the efforts by government to restructure the Eurobond debt, but only to come and pour scorn on this very important milestone that the new Dawn government has achieved. Madam Speaker, to begin with, I'm totally rejecting the proposals that have come in this bill. And I will not even waste time. The reasons have been eloquently debated by all the people that have debated. And Madam Speaker, no member of Parliament should pretend in here, including the backbenchers from the UPND. They do know that this does not support their work. So there is no need for us to even waste time, Madam Speaker. This bill should have been consulted, and even the stakeholders that made presentations were very clear. Madam Speaker, with these few words, I stand here not to support the bill. Thank you.
Can I be guided? Are we getting somebody from the right? The Honourable Member for Shiwangandu.
Most appreciated, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my colleagues have already spoken, and I will take most of their submissions as mine. But in addition, I just want to acknowledge the wisdom of our Honour the Vice President, who is leader of government business, for providing an opportunity to hear the concerns of the members. That's how it should be, Your Honour the Vice President, because This August House is neither for the opposition or indeed for the ruling party. We are here to make laws for the nation. And therefore, where there are concerns, it's important that we sit down and narrow those concerns. Our plea, Madam Speaker, through the leader of government business, is that our Honorable Minister responsible for local government and rural development can be given time to pull out this proposed amendment so that consensus can be reached. What we are requesting for, Madam Speaker, is not far-fetched. I am standing here speaking as former Minister of Local Government. And the time I proposed and brought some amendments similar to these amendments that have come today, it took the colleague who is now Honorable Minister for Local Government and the Honorable Minister for Home Affairs and Internal Security to represent. Yes, I'm being reminded by the Minister that, yes, the Honorable Minister is, has been my shubukombe. And so,
Meaning what, Honorable Member?
Meaning, Madam Speaker, has been a go-between for some personal issues. Madam Speaker, it's because the same tensions that have arisen now regarding the proposed amendments were similar to those that arose that time. I think somewhere around 2016, 2015, 2016, thereabout. I took the advice from my colleagues, and on behalf of government, then I considered, Madam Speaker, at the same stage, second stage of the bill, and withdrew the bill. I remember the honorable colleague from Dundumwezi was here, and those that were here. Kalabo there, and Mitete. Madam Speaker, so what we are requesting for is just to get the Honorable Minister. It's not a question, it's not an aspect of weakness, but it's always important that we reach consensus. So that when we make laws here, we all buy into those laws. I am speaking on behalf of my colleagues here and my colleagues on your right-hand side, Madam Speaker. Both the back bench and the front bench, who are elected members of Parliament, who form part of the CDF committee. The structures that are being proposed, I think, have been spoken about by my colleagues, but I want to emphasize that we must be clear when it comes to implementing the decentralization policy. Now you can understand why we have made 10 steps forward and 20 steps backwards insofar as implementing the decentralization policy is concerned. And this I'm saying, including us who were in government and those that were in government before, because the call for our people to have decentralization implemented has been there for some time. And so to start mixing central government at the district level back to the constituencies and mixing with local government are issues that we need to address. What is it that we are trying to cure in broadening the structure of the CDF committee? The bureaucracies that my colleagues have already spoken to is what we have tried to streamline, Honorable Minister. And therefore, you have been a long-serving member of Parliament for the people of Mazabuka, and you have utilized CDF all these years, and you don't need to be lectured to insofar as the challenges are concerned. Let's not create institutional conflicts at the district level. There's no need. The structures of decentralization, Madam Speaker, are well spelled out. And that's why we have seen the districts where decentralization has been piloted. Most of the portfolio functions under central government have already been devolved to the local authorities. The whole idea is to have bottom-up kind of decision-making. So, yes, we have been concerned by the circulars that have been flying around from the ministry, but I think we can find a way of going around those issues of the circulars. But let's avoid creating bureaucratic structures, Honorable Minister. And like many said, if it's a question of implementation at the local authorities, let's focus on building capacity there, because that's what matters most. We build capacity at the local authorities who are implementers of CDF programs. Then all these issues that we are thinking of will be non-issues. You don't have to be worried about Shuangandu, where you have got an opposition MP. These are structures that we should work with, Honorable. It shouldn't be where there is opposition who is representing us to watch over the fund. When the structures are well spelled out, the local authorities have got everything. And I must commend the Local Government Accounts Committee, which has been interacting with the local authorities and guiding them on how to enhance accountability in the local authorities. So let's not create monster-like structures which will just contribute to bureaucracies. There's nothing that we will lose out if we requested for a bit of time, Honorable Minister, to give you time to pull out this bill so that both sides of the House can rally behind you, because that's the most important thing. I've given an example. I've been on this floor withdrawing even bills such as the Public Order Act for the purpose of harmony in the House. And so it's not strange, Madam Speaker, for us to request the Honorable Minister responsible for local government. And Madam Vice President, we thank you for the wisdom, and we would want to see that same wisdom we engage in, that the environment you created, to be the way forward. Let's have harmony on this bill so that we don't waste time in even debating, when we can pull it out and quickly harmonize it so that we are on the same page. Madam Speaker, I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chairman North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for according the people of Chairman North to say a few words over the bill which has been brought before this Parliament. Madam Speaker, from the onset, I want to state that this bill is a double-edged sword. Why am I saying it's a double-edged sword? Just like what other debaters have said, if at all this bill is meant to neutralize the influence of members of Parliament coming from the opposition, we must also realize that it is also going to affect heavily the ruling party. Because when you are going to have this long process, provincial committee, people going to the High Court, it means that development is going to be delayed. At the end of the day, the people say the New Dawn government has failed to deliver. So I think it is important that let's take into account what the majority of the debaters have said. I know that we are all speaking one language. Therefore, I do not think that this bill is doing justice to our people. Why should we include the district commission? A member of Parliament is an elected official who has been entrusted by the people in the constituency. All those members of CDF are not elected. They are not accountable to the people. It is us who are going to be accountable at the end of the 5 years. So I find it irregular, wrong for the government to bring this bill. CDF has not come now. It was introduced in 1995. How many years have passed from 1995 to 2024? So really, what's so special with this CDF? We do appreciate that government has enhanced CDF. I don't think that there is any member of Parliament who does not appreciate that, because CDF was not at 1.6 at one time. I mean, I think it was at 750. It continued to be enhanced.
Order, Honorable Member, order. There's an indication for a point of order. The Honorable Minister for Local Government.
Thank you, Madam. I'm really constrained, but I had no option to raise this point of order based on Order 65. Madam, let me also put on record that I do appreciate the debate by Honorable Stephen Kampyongo. And in raising my point of order, the MP for Chama North just indicated that the MP is the only elected member of the CDFC committee, a matter which is not factual, because according to the current law and the proposed law, there are 3 other members who are elected, being a councillor nominated by the MP from the pool of councillors and 2 councillors who are nominated or elected by fellow councillors. So it's in order for him to think he's the only elected member of the CDFC committee.
The honorable member for Chama North, if truly you mentioned that you are the only one elected, you are out of order. The councillor too is elected, the council chairperson, they are all elected. So can you please be focused to the debate and give proper or information that has got evidence in it? You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well guided. In short, I was saying that in a constituency, the MP is a vision carrier. Well, of course, at what level, the councillor is also a vision carrier, just like the president at national level. So, Madam Speaker, we are speaking one language. I was saying that this is a double-edged sword. Look at the provincial Constituency Development Fund Committee. This is going to undermine decentralization agenda. If at all we are going to give power to World Development Committee, people to decide their own political and economic agenda, why should someone at the province go and review what the people in Chama North have decided? Is that not defeating the whole purpose of decentralization? I also noticed that in this bill, Madam Speaker, there is a provision that once the provincial committee approves project, is supposed to be published in the government gazette and also in other electronic platforms. To me, I feel that the whole of this process is going to delay the implementation of the Constituency Development Fund. I think what we must be debating here is how are we going to make it very efficient for the CDF committee to implement these particular projects. Madam Speaker, if you look at some constituencies, you scrutinize, you find that constituencies which are doing very well in terms of implementation are constituencies which are sitting in one district. Meaning that, for example, Chama has 2 constituencies. Nakonde is a constituency and 1 district. Chembe is a constituency and 1 district. So you find that in these constituencies which sit on 1 district, in terms of implementation is more efficient than constituencies which are sitting, than a district which is sitting on so many constituencies. It's because of capacity of these officers. You have one maybe quantity surveyor who is supposed to go around all the 5 constituencies. Here you have one quantity surveyor who just goes in 1 constituency. So definitely the implementation of CDF is not going to be the same. So I believe that I think it is important that when we make some of these laws, let's not have political lessons. I believe that this CDF is well intended. When the government of Chiluba came up with CDF, it was meant to make sure that development is expedited so that a member of parliament is able to address those issues instead of relying on the bureaucratic system of the government procurement system. So in the process, Madam Speaker, I feel that with those few words, on behalf of the people of Chama North, I want to reject this particular bill because it is not in the national interest. I find no reason why we should bring in so many people. If at all, Madam Speaker, if at all the rationale behind this bill is to have a broad-based representation. Currently, the current law allows the member of parliament to appoint, to nominate 5 members. So why can't you also allow the member of parliament also to appoint a youth representative, a women representative, people with disabilities? I mean, if at all he has been given powers to pick 2 people from the community, one from the religious organization, so really, why don't we empower a member of parliament to do that? The CDF has been there from 1995 up to this time. We still had opposition and ruling party. So really, there is no need to fear, to have fears over the unknown. So with those few remarks, the people of Chama outrightly reject this bill. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Chiruvi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to register that I adopt most of the views that have been expressed by others based on the following. Madam Speaker, the bill intends to empower local people to determine their own developmental priorities. Madam Speaker, the bill, even with the expanded scope of the CDF, the current bill, which is 2018 bill, accommodates the scope without problems. Madam Speaker, I find it a problem if I'm to be asked to draw an organogram of what will represent the structure of the proposed amendments, especially that when we look at the bill is attached to decentralization, which means that it's a bottom-up approach, which in this case is triggered by a WDC. And Madam Speaker, I further want to venture that the WDC is a creation of the law in Section 36 of the Local Government Act. And if the WDC is a creation of the law in Section 36, it's further created by the CDF Act, meaning that some of the structures that have been proposed under the current bill before us are subservient to a WDC.
Order, Honorable Member on the floor.
Why such?
There are some indications for points of order. From what I saw, the Honorable Member for Solwezi East, is it Solwezi East, was the first one. What is your point of order, Honorable Member?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My point of order is pursuant to our standing order number 65, manner of speech. Madam Speaker, we have heard all manners of speech on the motion, and we are just getting more and more repetition of what the members are saying. Now we are hearing of the organograms and so on. And if you look on the list, we still have a lot of members, more than 10. Are we going to keep on hearing repetitions on the same matter, or we can actually seek your indulgence that, Madam Speaker, this matter can come to a close? I seek your indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you. It's true, the members have started repeating themselves. However, I was just about to make an announcement that I've received a request from the Minister of Local Government for some time to caucus on the CDF bill. So in granting this request, I'm compelled to suspend business for 15 minutes so that we can put an end to this bill, because we've got other bills before us. So with that announcement, honorable members, I'm going to suspend the House for 15 minutes. When we come back, we shall conclude this bill. Thank you.
You're still watching Parliament television, and the business has been suspended for 15 minutes. So we'll be back at after 15 minutes. Keep on watching Parliament television as we continue bringing Parliament closer to you. Good afternoon.
There were 59,439 registered cashew nut farmers in Western Province.
The situation as it is, I'm incapacitated.
The good people of Petauke, especially Minika 1, where we don't have water.
This is now a serious risk on the people of Iteztezi. Last week we registered one maternal death.
Within the CDF, we can build palaces for all chiefs in our country.
Minister, when are we going to have money? When are we going to construct those people?
Catch us live on DSTV channel 272, OTV channel 28, Topstar channel 5, or visit the National Assembly of Zambia Facebook page. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you.
Her Honor, the Vice President's question time.
Questions for oral answer understanding order number 76.
For a matter to be admitted, it has to be of recent occurrence.
Continue watching Parliament TV, a channel dedicated to bring Parliament closer to you.
Zambia. Even saying the word is a multi-sensory experience. It somehow captures something of the essence of this special place in the warm heart of southern Africa. Take in the mighty Zambezi River, the majestic Victoria Falls that form Zambia's natural southern border, and the national parks overflowing with wildlife. Immerse yourself in the fast-growing towns and cities, teeming with history, light, and life. Then visit the vast lakes that seem to touch the stars and engage with a plethora of different ethnic groups, cultures, and languages. Together, they make up the intricately woven fabric of this remarkable country. To visit Zambia is to begin a love affair that will never be exhausted, and unlike any that you have ever experienced before. For all the superlatives that man has used in his attempts to describe Victoria Falls, none are able to do this incredible natural wonder justice. You have to see it for yourself. It is a truly awe-inspiring experience. Livingston, once Zambia's capital, and the Zambian side of the falls have become a mecca for discerning adventure tourists. Peer into the abyss from Devil's Pool at the edge of the falls. Career down the powerful rapids from Batoka Gorge in a whitewater raft. Bungee jump from the historic Victoria Falls Bridge. Or fly over the falls on a flight of angels. Whatever activity you choose, you'll be left with a renewed appreciation for the sheer might of nature. Kafue National Park is amongst the biggest in Africa and is home to more than 130 species of mammal and more than 400 bird species. Enjoy the wildlife from a different perspective on a boat cruise or a canoeing or walking safari. For sheer density of game, South Luangwa National Park is second to none. It certainly lives up to its nickname as the Valley of the Leopard. The stunning Liuwa Plains play host to the world's second largest wildebeest migration and boast some of the most striking vistas you will see anywhere in Africa. At Kasanka National Park, you can view the largest mammal migration in the world when each November, literally millions of fruit bats cover the skyline as the sun sets. Zambia's bodies of water are as abundant as its wildlife. Although it is landlocked, this country has more water than any other in Africa. There are the long, meandering rivers, some of which are interspersed by waterfalls that are only narrowly surpassed by Vic Falls. Then there are the lakes, from the vast, remote Lake Tanganyika, far in the north of the country, which is one of Africa's Great Lakes, to Lake Kariba, Africa's biggest man-made dam. Kariba is an increasingly popular beach holiday destination that is strangely reminiscent of the French Riviera. Or for the best bath of your life, visit the incredible Kapisha Hot Springs. Another unique aspect of this remarkable country are the Zambians themselves. The country is home to 72 different ethnic groups and languages, all of whom have their own diverse cultural traits and traditions. One thing they do have in common: they are all unfailingly warm and welcoming. Zambians are famous for their very own special brand of hospitality, as well as the pride they take in their Zambian identity. Wherever you go in Zambia, you will meet people who will go out of their way to leave you with a positive impression and make you feel at home. So what are you waiting for? Book your trip now and enjoy the kind of African experience you've always dreamt of. Whatever it is you're looking for, you can always be sure to find it somewhere in Zambia. So let's explore.
It's a land where every person is born free. And it's a land of peace, of love and unity. This land, Zambia, land of the strong, home of the brave. Our land, Zambia, free men we stand in this land. side. Put a trust in God.
Learn to love each other. You my sister, you're my brother.
Right or wrong, together we are stronger.
So don't let nothing
tear us apart. Zambia, land of the strong, home of the brave, our land. Zambia, free men we stand.
Honorable Minister, the Minister for Local Government, do you wish to continue with the second reading stage of the bill or defer its consideration to a later date?
Madam Speaker, going by the ferocious debates that we have listened to this afternoon, which really makes the CDF part of what we've been saying it is my wish that we defer the second reading of the bill consideration until tomorrow in order for us to reduce the differences in accordance with the debate that has come from certain positive and progressive members of Parliament. And so it is my wish that we defer until tomorrow.
Consideration of the bill deferred to tomorrow. So we now make progress. Sorry, I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Okay. Okay. In that case, we make progress. Next order.
Sorry. The Minerals Regulation Commission Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2024, committee stage.
I now consolidate orders 2, 3, and 4, and the House will now resolve into committee.
Order. The Minerals Regulation Commission Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2024, Clause 1, short title. Any debate, any objection? Clause 1 is agreed to. Clause 2, interpretation. The question is that Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Mr. Kalobo. If he's not there, what do we do? Yes, come. Closed. Honorable Member, let me repeat, you were out. Clause 2, interpretation. The question is that Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Mr. Kalova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, I apologize for disrupting or for coming late. Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Clause 2 be amended with the words as circulated.
The question is that Clause 2 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate, any objection? amendment is agreed to.
Objection. Objection.
Close.
Chairman.
Clause 2 as amended. Any further debate?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are objecting on clause 2, that is the replacement of the definition of the word mineral royalty under clause 2, because, Mr. Chairman, the bill has provided the definition which is very adequate. So, adopting the definition of mineral royalty as being proposed with may still for investment, Mr. Chairman, in that minerals are only quantified after exploration and later on extracted or mined. Thank you, Chair.
Any further debate? Mr. Kampyongo.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairperson, for allowing me to make a few comments on the proposed amendments to the bill under consideration. Mr. Chairperson, the minerals as an asset is a depleting asset. And if we don't get clear on what we need to get out of our natural capital on behalf of the people, we should be all collectively to be blamed by the future generations to come. This proposal by the honorable member to be clear on how we should look at the value of minerals before they are exploited and ensure that we get what belongs to Caesar was even a call that was made by our chairperson for the board of Zambia Revenue Authority. And Africa as a continent has been crying on how we should partner with our investors. So this call, Mr. Chairperson, from the honorable member should be supported. And I think when we are dealing with legislation, we must not see ourselves in the laws that we are passing as an institution. The challenge we have had, successive governments, Mr. Chairperson, in collecting what should be due to the nation from the mining sector evolves around this issue of mineral royalty tax. Mineral royalty tax, we have had windfall tax. Now we have got an opportunity through this bill, Mr. Chairperson, to ensure that we deal with the matter expeditiously. I sympathize with the position that the substantive minister is not with us here, and the acting minister has to be the one to deal with the text as given. But we must understand that when we move amendments like this, we have also listened to other stakeholders who we represent here, who might not be here to hear these views on this very important bill to become law. So, Honorable Acting Minister, there is no harm in you taking into account what has been suggested, because it just adds value to what you are already proposing in this bill. It will make easier for the Minister of Finance to make sure that he is predictably dealing with the investors in the mining sector, and that it should not only be the minister because of the revenue he wants to correct in a particular fiscal year, but it's predictable from the substantive ministry which deals with the minerals. This is what we are saying, Mr. Speaker. Why is it that we should be struggling to generate revenue for our nation when we are discovering gold every day? We are discovering different minerals every day. At what point are we going to say, as Zambians, let's make money from what God has given us? At what point, if we miss this opportunity? So we are not in any case focusing on one sector of your mining industry. We are saying be inclusive so that our people of Zambia can benefit from what God has given us. Here we are. The Minister of Finance there is struggling to stabilize the kwacha against convertible currencies. Why? Because we are not exporting enough to give him dollars in order to get the kwacha appreciate premised on concrete fundamentals. That's what is happening. And you cannot stabilize the economy if you don't deal with that matter. How does he deal with that matter? He needs support from your ministry, which is the major earner of Forex. So, Madam Speaker, without belaboring the point, it's of our considered view that the minister reconsiders the position he has taken on this very important and proposed amendment from the Honorable MP for Zakile, because it meant well, not only for this generation, but for the generations to come. There will be no miracle that the Minister of Finance and the bank governor will perform to strengthen the kwacha, other than doing that which is right in ensuring that he ends Forex. Where does he end Forex from? We are struggling with the drought. Farming won't be as sustainable as it could be. So he needs the mining sector to support him. Madam Speaker, I submit.
Mr. Fube.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to submit that I support the amendment in that when we look at the minerals, I know that most of the time when we are talking about mineral royalty and many other factors, even in our budget, we have concentrated on copper, even overlooking cobalt. But I think when we look at the mineral books, sitting at the mineral, the Ministry of Mines, you find that we have an array of different minerals. And in making registration, we need to make an outfit that puts into consideration all the minerals, not just copper. We know, for instance, that copper goes even up to 71% in terms of export value. But we also need to realize that the structure of the mining sector still condemns Zambia to the position of extraction industry and extraction country without value addition. And in as far as that is there, we need to put in definitions that are going to capture the return on investment as opposed to mopping up the outrage of what a mineral is supposed to be. To me, the issue of mineral royalty is similar to that which is supposed to be paid to a chief in an arrangement of where you have a small mine and then you have to see how you can pay that particular royalty to the chief. We need to broaden the scope, especially that when it comes to balance of payment and even the export volume, minerals are serious traditional export products that we talk about as a country. Given that understanding, and given the understanding that minerals are actually a backbone of our economy, whatever way we can go, we need to capture terms that gives us room to maneuver in the future and now. If we are to narrow ourselves in a manner that disadvantages us, especially that the mining sector invites foreign direct investment, participants in our economy, we need to be careful to see how much we can get serious return on investment value, as opposed to going with a regime, a tax regime that is not, determined and predictable. We need to have a regime that is predictable. Well, depending on which school you went to. Yeah. So, when we look at that, Mr. Chairman, I am in support of the amendment because it embraces a broader view of what we should benefit. It's about benefit. It's about today, it's about tomorrow. Mr. Chairman, I know that even if I had to consult people of Chirubi, if they are to discover minerals in future, they will debate with me in the same manner. And I think with that, I would like to submit that I strongly support the amendment.
Thank you. I think we've got a lot of work ahead of us. So I'll put the question. The question is that clause 2 as amended. Order. I put the question. The question is that clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. No. The noes have it. The question is in the negative. The amendment falls off. Let's make progress. Clause 3, minerals to vest in president. The question is that clause 3 stands part of the bill. Mr. Kalova. Kalova? Kaluwo. You know these Bemba names. You may proceed, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I beg to move that clause 3 be amended as with the words as circulated.
The question is that clause 3 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate on objection?
Thank you, Chairman. We object to this clause. Mr. Chairman, clause 15 of the bill is very clear and very, very adequate. And indeed it provides for the Minister of Finance to hold investment in exploration and mining operations. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Kalowo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief because the good wine needs no bush. There's no need to overemphasize something that is good. Mr. Chairman, if you see the proposal of amendment, we have brought in the word of equity, simply because one of the challenges that we've had as a nation is because of the shareholding that is not equitable. For example, all the shareholders, the shareholding that we have in the mining companies, they are below 20%. And the standard practice world over is that all the shares that are below 30% means that we have lost control. Even on the board, we can't vote. We have no voice. That's why even in the past, if you have observed, each time mining companies wanted to retrench, if the government says no, you saw them, they were going ahead to retrench because all our shareholding was below 30%. So when we brought in an issue of equity, in that statement, we are looking at that direction. Then 40% is a controlling share. So I don't know where we are going to if all these amendments that we have put forward, this bill, without politicking, Mr. Chairman, I can tell you that is a good bill. But it has got no backbone. It has got no legs to move. If all these amendments are not accepted, this bill will remain a political rhetoric. I submit, Mr. Chairman.
I put the question. The question is that clause 3, as amended, stands part of the bill. As many are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. No. The noes have it. The question, order. The noes have it. The question is in the negative. The amendment falls off. Clause 4, principles. Any debate, any objection? Clause 4 is agreed to. Clause 5, The Minerals Regulation Commission. Any debate, any objection? Clause 5 is agreed to. Clause 6, function of the Commission. Any debate, any objection? Clause 6 is agreed to. Clause 7, Board of Commission. The question is that Clause 7 stands part of the bill. Mr. Kalowo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clause 7. I think it's not there, Mr. Chairman. This clause
I think you should speak up a bit, Honorable Member.
Clause 7 is not among the proposals.
It's here on the amendment.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clause 7 be amended with the words as secreted.
The question is that clause 7 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate? Any objection?
Objection, Chairman.
Mr. Kalowa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if you look at the composition of the board, the chiefs have been omitted. They are key stakeholders, the chiefs. And if you check, most of these mines, they are in the rural areas. And for them to obtain part of the documents, these mining companies that they get is a consent from the chiefs. Also, these mining companies, to work properly in these rural areas where there are mines, they must have a social contract with those communities there, and it begins with the chief. So if you overlook the chief, who is the key stakeholder, you remove them. And I think even in the Mines and Mineral Development Act number 11 of 2015, you see that they were there. So I don't know why the new government, they are looking down on the chiefs who are the key stakeholders. So we just want to urge this government that they will not lose anything to include the chiefs. And in fact, even the traditional land, they are the ones who has powers, that is traditional leaders. So for me, for the people of Sakire, they are submitting that chiefs be included on the board because they are key stakeholders. I submit, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Fube.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I don't need to overemphasize the point that the land tenure in our Zambia.
Order. As the time is 16:40 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for health break.
All right, you're still watching Parliament Television, the station that brings Parliament closer to you, and business has been suspended for 20 minutes health break. Under consideration is the Mineral Regulation Commission Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2024, and on the floor of the House is the Chilovi Member of Parliament, Mr. Fove. So when business resumed this afternoon, Madam First Deputy Speaker did make an announcement in which she recognized the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from Great North Road Academy School in Avondale campus in Lusaka, and on behalf of the National Assembly, she did warmly welcome the visitors to the National Assembly of Zambia. Thereafter, Madam Speaker did make two rulings, and the first ruling, Madam Speaker made a ruling on a complaint by Mr. Munia Zulu, Member of Parliament for Lumezi Constituency, against Mr. M. Posha, MP, Minister of Water Development and Sanitation, for allegedly strangling him on account of his debate on the floor of the House on Wednesday, 11th October 2023, and on a complaint by Honorable M. Posha, MP, against Mr. Munia Zulu, MP, for his alleged unethical behavior on the precincts of the Assembly on Wednesday, 11th October 2023, and in the second ruling, Madam Speaker made a ruling on a point of order raised on Friday, 6th October 2023 by Mr. L.M. Mufalali, nominated Member of Parliament, against Mr. B.M. Munduvire, Member of Parliament from Porokoso Constituency, for his alleged misconduct on the floor of the House on Friday, 6th October 2023, and on a complaint by Mr. F.C. Jatila, Member of Parliament from Momba constituency, against Mr. B.M. Munduvire MP for the statement he made on Friday, 6th October 2023, during the Patriotic Front PF party press briefing at the National Assembly Media Center. So right now we take a break. We'll be back at 17 hours. Continue watching Parliament Television as we continue to bring Parliament closer to you. Good afternoon.
I was born in Mongu. I started my school here in Mongu, but I did a lot of primary school in other places because my father used to be a headmaster. So we traveled a lot when I was young. But this is my home. My hometown actually is down this, my home village, Katongo area, just down the road as you proceed, as you go to Senanga. So I did my secondary school here as well. Just right there at Kambule. It's one of the famous schools here in Western Province, in the entire Zambia. It has produced many leaders, national leaders. So it's not a coincidence that I'm a member of parliament, because I come from Kambule as well, which is a very key school here in Mongu. Yeah, so after secondary school, I went to university. I studied water engineering, civil engineering, and I studied, I hold a BSc honors also in construction management, and I hold a master's also in in project management, majoring in project finance of capital projects. So I've worked mainly outside Zambia. I've stayed outside Zambia for the past 26 years, almost like Mandela in prison. So yes, so I decided to run for office as a member of parliament for Mongu Central, because I used to be UPND chair for chapter chair in South Africa. I was a chapter chair for the last 6 years in South Africa. So I started entertaining the idea of running for office of member of parliament. So I came here to Mongu, and I thought I came back here in 2020. Luckily for me, I was adopted. Of course, after going through the primary elections, I was adopted by the UPND party to be the MP to be the candidate for Mongu Central. Mongu Central, it's a constituency within the town of Mongu. Mongu is a very beautiful town. As you can see, we are on top of the NAPSA building. You can see the city is growing at a very fast rate. It's a beautiful city. You have the nice plain there, as you can see across. We have the big Komboka ceremony happens in this city, in this town, from the royal village of Lealui, which is situated in the plain, to the royal village of Limulunga, which is on the coast on the other side, down there. So you can see, as you can see, it's a very beautiful city. I'm very proud to be a member of parliament for Mongu Central, because the people here are lovely. It's a city that was neglected in the past in terms of development. We have 16 wards, so it's quite a very huge constituency. It's one of the largest constituencies in Zambia, being 16 wards. It's quite a large number, so even to visit these wards, it's quite a challenge, because some of these wards, as you can see across the other side of the plain, it's in Tapo, it's still part of Mongu Central. So it's quite a very huge ward. We share the borders with Kalabo Central. We share the borders with Nalolo on the other side, and Luena on the other side, and Nalikwanda on the other side. So it's quite a very, very large constituency. But I'm happy to be the member of parliament because with a vast area also it comes with a potential to make sure that we use the vast land for development. We need to, because you can do a lot of tourism activities across the plains. We can do a lot of agro-business, agro-processing business just here along the plains and also in here inland. So you can do a lot of fish farming in the plains. You can do a lot of cashew nut and mango growing, mango farms and cashew nut farms and all sorts, and sugar canes can grow in these plains. So with the vastness, it brings potential as well, potential for investors to invest in these areas. We want to see massive infrastructure in this city, in this town. As I said, you can see the beautiful, terrain and the beautiful land it has. So I always tell the people when I campaign that we want this to be a city. We don't want it to be just an ordinary town. It has the potential to be a great city. We want to see massive infrastructure in terms of roads. We want to see massive infrastructure in terms of hospitals. We want to see good schools being built here. We want to see this city to be clean. So we want anybody and everybody who lives in this city to be an example of the beauty of Zambia. We want it to be a tourist city. We want it to be an agro-processing city. As you can see, we have a lot of mangoes here. We have a lot of cashew nuts here. We have a lot of fruits here, bananas, oranges, name it. We want to see the investors come into this city and invest in these areas that I've mentioned. So that will create a lot of jobs for our people. So when you have a good government and you are clear about your policies, investors are naturally attracted to the area. And that's what we want to embark on with the new government, to market places like Mongu so that the people can come and invest here. It has the best climate, the best weather here. And you can tell the weather today is very beautiful. It's not hot, it's not cold. It's about to rain, but it won't rain. And that's what we want people to come and enjoy here in Mongo. So we want to see development here in Mongo in the next 5 years. Yes, so the main challenges is lack of employment. As you can see, there are very few big companies that operate here other than government offices. So a lot of people leave the city, leave this town to go to Lusaka to look for jobs. We want to reverse that. We want people to do their school here, look for jobs here, get jobs here, and retire here. So if we can work on investment, on trying to create factories and industries, then we should be able to retain the majority of people. Of course, this is one Zambia, one nation. Everybody is free to leave one area and go and settle in another area. But the important thing is that people should leave out of choice, not because they are being forced to go to another area to look for a job, for something to do. So the biggest challenge is to create jobs. We want to create employment for the people of Mongu. There's a lot of underdevelopment in terms of road infrastructure. A lot of the major roads here in Mongu, and also a lot of the roads into the townships, into the suburbs. They are in a very bad state. So the water also, there's a lot of water problems here in the city. More water is always rationed. So we have, as a government, there's a water project that's currently happening. So by end of September, I think the challenges of water will be a thing in the past year. So Hospitals, we have one big hospital, Lewanika General Hospital. It was built in the 1920s. And you can imagine the state of the infrastructure there. It needs complete overhaul. In fact, what we need is a new modern hospital in Mongu Central that can be serving the entire Western Province. We can make Lewanika Hospital as one of the feeder hospitals to a modern hospital that we can make. There's a district hospital also that was built, but it's in an incomplete state. So we can't say much about it to be called the hospital. We need a lot of work there to be done in order for it to be a hospital. So challenges in the health sector, there we have some wards as well. In the plains there, where there is the entire ward doesn't have a school. Can you imagine? In this time and era, it doesn't have a school, it doesn't have water, it doesn't have a clinic, and children are still growing up to be fishermen. 10 years, 11-year-old children have not been to school. So those are big challenges that the new government has to embark on. So with the increase in the CDF, we will utilize it very much to attend to those kind of problems. No, I just want to assure the people of Mongu Central that the next 5 years we'll see a lot of massive development. We'll continue doing these investments in the public sector, improving the number of schools, the number of clinics, the number of hospitals, increasing the road network, improving the road networks in the city. So the people of Mongu Central are very much in good hands, and we are going to do a lot together. So working together, we can do more.
My name is Gordon Mwila. I'm the Member of Parliament for Mufulira Central Constituency under the Patriotic Front ticket. So I'm born and bred in Mufulira, did my schooling in Mufulira, and went to university in Kitwe. By profession, I am a chartered accountant, and I did work in my professional career as an accountant for a period spanning about 20 years before quitting formal employment and joining politics. I'm a family man. I'm married, and I've got 3 children, 2 girls and 1 boy. Okay, so Mufulira Central Constituency is one of the 3 constituencies in Mufulira district. Records show that it was created as a constituency in 1954, and between 1954 and independence in 1964 there were about 2 members of parliament who served, and then in 1964 to date I happen to be the 11th member of parliament to serve in that constituency. The constituency has got 10 wards, from Ward 1 to Ward 10. So we serve with, I serve with 10 councillors, and the constituency itself is located on the southern part of Mufulira district. So in terms of development, we have quite a loaded agenda. There are so many areas and so many sectors that we need to address and look at to better the lives of our people in the constituency. For this term, for this coming 5 years while I serve as Member of Parliament, one of the things that we are prioritizing is the road infrastructure, the township roads. The place has expanded You know, as a constituency, we have got areas which have been opened up, people have built houses, they are residing there, but we have a big problem with the road network. The roads are in bad state, and especially when you look at this current season, the rainy season, you know, it is very, very difficult to even use some of the roads. So, one of the items on our development agenda is to make sure that we improve on the road network. We have to use all the means possible, including seeking help from the central government and also from our local funding, the Constituency Development Fund, and working together with the local authority so that we make our township roads passable and usable. So that is one of the items in terms of development. The other areas of development we need to look at is the education sector. We need to improve education facilities. As you have seen now, in this year we are talking about, you know, free education from secondary school, grade 8 to grade 12, even primary, because even little monies that people would pay previously, like 10 kwacha PTA contribution, all those have been scrapped off. So schools have been overwhelmed. So this has just opened up our eyes and thinking to say we have a lot of people that want to attend school, but the infrastructure is not adequate. So we are going to work to ensure that we improve the infrastructure for education so that as many learners as possible can be absorbed. We are also looking at having a boarding school, in fact the first ever in our district, which is going to be located in our constituency, Mufulira Central Constituency. Progress has been made. This is one of the schools that the government is going
Thank you so much. Still watching Parliament television. Business resumes shortly at 17 hours, and remember, under consideration is the Minerals Regulation Commission Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2024, which has been considered at committee stage, and at the time business was suspended. On the floor was Chilovian Member of Parliament, Mr. Fube. Still to come is the Animal Identification and Traceability Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2022, also to be considered at committee stage. The Investment, Trade and Business Development Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2024, to be considered at committee stage. Thereafter, there will be resumption of debate to the motion of thanks, His Excellency the President's address. This is the motion of 19th March 2024. And remember, the time business was interrupted last week, Friday 22nd March 2024. Debating this particular motion was Mr. Nixon Chilangwa, who is a Kawamba Member of Parliament, and we expect him to continue debating this particular motion. So the House has so far considered 4 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74. Remember, questions which fall under this standing order are those questions of ordinary nature. And the first question came from Mr. Pavuma Kalabo, who is Usakiri, Member of Parliament. The other question came from Mr. Chinga Mioto, Kalabo Central, Member of Parliament, who did ask the Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Lexon Lungu, Kapoche Constituency, Member of Parliament. The rules, there must be 1/3 members of Parliament in order for business to be transacted on the floor of the House. I was saying that Mr. Lexon Lungu, Kapoche, Member of Parliament, did pose a question to the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. Other members of Parliament who did ask questions include Mr. Simpundu Chembe, Member of Parliament, he did direct his question to the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. Mr. Musanje Mbabala, Member of Parliament, did ask the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, just to remind the viewers that question 325, which was supposed to come from Mr. Pavuma Kalobo, Secretary of Parliament, was withdrawn. So the House did consider 4 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74. So we have 4 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74. 4 bills are being considered at different stages, and under consideration is the Minerals Regulation Commission Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1/2024, which is being considered at committee stage. Still to come is the Animal Identification and Traceability Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2/2024, to be considered at committee stage as well. Under the Investment, Trade and Business Development Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3/2024, to be considered at committee stage. Thereafter, we expect the House to consider the motion of thanks, His Excellency the President's address. This is the motion of 19th March 2024. And we expect Mr. Nixon Chilangwa Kawambwa, Member of Parliament, to continue debating this motion. Remember, when business resumed this afternoon, Madam Speaker did make one announcement in which she recognized the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from Great North Road Academy School in Lusaka. And on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, she did welcome the visitors to the National Assembly of Zambia. So thereafter, Madam Speaker made 2 rulings, and just now, as we await for business to resume, we interest you to what is happening on the floor of the House.
When business was suspended, the House was considering the committee stage of the Minerals Regulation Commission Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1/2024, and Mr. Fube was debating. May the Honorable Member continue?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I was just trying to bring home the point that we have a dual, a land system tenure in our country, and we cannot talk about minerals in isolation, especially leaving out the Land Act, which is Cap 184 in this case. And when you look at Cap 184, it does recognize customary areas. And it's a shared responsibility when it comes to land management that is co-managed, because there is even transfer of the customary areas into state land. And given that background, clause 7D, I think where the contention is, mainly should bring in and should be explicit about who should be represented. And I think in looking at that, the traditional representation would have stood out clearly as opposed to just making a silence, because this is about this kind of representation is a bit latent, which does not come out and does not point that representation of traditional leadership, which in this case also takes care of the custody of customary areas, would be assured. I submit, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Maveta.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we are looking at a regulating authority which is being established with a mandate to regulate or to monitor activities in the mining sector. So if you are going to have chiefs on a regulating authority who are also, some of them are already shareholders in the mining activities, it's like we are requesting for a beneficiary to start regulating their own activities. So putting chiefs on the regulating authority will compromise separation of powers. Hence, I fully support the executive by rejecting having chiefs on the regulating authority which is supposed to monitor activities in the mining sector. I thank you.
Mr. Kampyongo.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I want to start first by commending the Honorable MP for Sakire for doing the legislative duties as assigned. This is being an effective member of parliament, Honorable Member. Mr. Chairperson, the Honorable Member is pushing an amendment to have an addition under B, line 17, by the insertion of the following new paragraph immediately after paragraph D, to have E, a representative of the House of Chiefs. He's not saying the chiefs, as my honorable colleague is trying to insinuate. What the honorable colleague is suggesting, Mr. Chairperson, is that in the Mines and Minerals Act, the chiefs are provided for. And that's why they play a role of giving consent. It's undoubtedly a fact that most of these mining activities are occurring on traditional land. Now, this commission will be like a governing body of this regulatory body, institution that has been introduced. So to have a representative from the House of Chiefs will be helpful in managing conflicts which might arise in the areas where these mining activities will be taking place on customary land. We know that the minerals are natural capital, God-given. And so you cannot, run away from the traditional leaders, unless you are trying to abolish the traditional leadership. But as long as we have them and we recognize them through an institution called the House of Chiefs, they are a key stakeholder in most of these developmental issues. How do you have them on CDF? You do have them on CDF. Why? Because you recognize their role and they play in fostering development in their areas. So this amendment, and I hope the Honourable Minister has had time to consult with technocrats during break so that they can see the importance of the proposed amendment from the Honourable Member for Sakire. We should expect that there will be issues that will arise, because the chiefs are also custodians of their people. How do you ensure that their subjects get to benefit from the mining activities that may occur in their areas? Because they have to be accountable to their subjects. Because at the end of the day, when the oil minerals are exploited, what they will remain managing with the subjects are trenches of where minerals could have been extracted. So, Mr. Chairperson, this is a progressive proposal because it was actually included in the Mines and Minerals Act. We can't throw it away because, like I've said, our traditional leaders are key stakeholders insofar as development is concerned. And more so, that most of the mineral activities are occurring on traditional customary land. So we can't just leave them to say give consent and that's it. They can't know what regulations are going to be put in their areas. They need to know what the Minister of Green Economy is doing to ensure that the environment under their chiefdoms is preserved and protected. It's very important. So we can't do these things in isolation. We are not asking for all the chiefs, but we're asking for a representative from their institution called the House of Chiefs. Honorable Member, you are encouraged to continue doing this effective legislative work. This is what it takes to be an honorable MP. Mr. Chairperson, I submit.
Mr. Mngando. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. My debate, Mr. Chairperson, will try to check and inspect the rationale of having a chief representative on this very important institution as proposed by the honorable member of Busakiri. There is an argument that the Mines and Minerals Development Act allows traditional leaders to be on the institutions like the one that we are about to ratify. Let's look at many pieces of legislation that talks about land ownership. I know it's Cap 213, which a number of my colleagues have referred to. But what does the Lands Act speak of any mineral? To simplify to honorable members, probably, and those that are watching us, let them get hold of their title deeds. That will be the beginning point. Check. There is an exception to say when you own land, except the precious minerals and any other mineral that can be found under the ground of that land. That is a departure, meaning no traditional leader can claim ownership of the precious stones and minerals of any land in this country. Those are vested in the name of the president for the benefit of all the people of this nation. You can imagine if precious stones are found in Chama, where I come from, would want those precious stones to benefit the people of Pambashe, would want those precious stones to benefit the people of Southern Province, the people of all the provinces of this country. And there's a reason for that, Mr. Speaker. One is to have total control of national minerals. Secondly, there's also security matter. So to propose that we should have chiefs, I think that's not, if anything, it's a contravention of the other pieces of legislation which are already in place. This is my honest submission. I've given two, and I can go on, because if we talk of land, land is managed by almost 26 pieces of legislation. There's a registry, Lands Registry Act. There are so many acts. I know Senior Counsel, Minister of Home Affairs, is agreeing with what I'm submitting here. I want him to concentrate. Honorable Chairperson, therefore, to make suggestions that traditional leaders should sit or be part of this, how are we going to select those traditional leaders? What modalities, even if we say representatives? It's possible now copper has been discovered in Northwestern Province. It's possible for chiefs there to say it's us who will sit on this. Let's not export problems even to our traditional leaders. What is it that has not worked which we are going to cure? We're just talking about curing a problem. What is it that is not working which we want to cure by bringing traditional leaders in these institutions? Or we are just trying to be political to show the traditional leaders that we care about their... Once, I'm very free to debate. Otherwise, we have a situation where Chief Chwala or the chiefs that, for example, where we have hydropower station, they'll say we also need to be on the board of ZESCO, Energy Regulation Board. So For me, this is my genuine and honest contribution. Let us leave this bill the way it has been couched. People sat down, they analyzed all the facets of the bill. This is my honest submission, Honorable Chairperson. As a result, I will say I do not support these proposed amendments. I submit.
Mr. Kampyongo.
Mr. Chairperson, my point of order was to the extent that the honorable member who has just finished debating was insinuating that those of us who are supporting the amendment have not thought through or have not scrutinized the bill. There were many stakeholders that made submissions to this bill. And this recommendation that the honorable member has pounced on is one of those recommendations. And we have got a responsibility to look at the report which came with the bill on second reading.
Is that a point of order, honorable member?
The point of order was the honorable member for Chama South, in order to insinuate that those of us who are supporting the amendment proposed by the honorable MP for Sakile, who has done a good job as a member of parliament, that we are not arguing from an informed position. Was in order, Mr. Speaker, instead of just arguing his case on why he feels that he doesn't support this proposed amendment. I seek your serious guidance.
Order, my hands are tight. You've sufficiently debated your point of order. Let's make progress. I put the question. The question is that clause 7 as amended stands part of the bill. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Of the contrary, say no. The noes have it. The question is in the negative. The amendment falls off. Clause 8, functions of the board. Any debate, any objection? Clause 8 is agreed to. Clause 9, Director General, Secretary General, and other staff. Any debate, any objection? Clause 9 is agreed to. Clause 10, prohibition of exploitation, mining, minerals, processing, or gold planting without license or environmental impact assessment. Any debate, any objection? Clause 10 is agreed to. Clause 11, types of mining and non-mining rights. Any debate, any objection? Clause 11 is agreed to. Clause 12, disqualification from holding mining rights and non-mining rights. Any debate, any objection? Clause 12 is agreed to. Clause 13, priority of application for mining or non-mining rights. Any debate, any objection? Clause 13 is agreed to. Clause 14, mining rights for area subject to other rights. Any debate, any objection? Clause 14 is agreed to. Clause 15, acquisition of mining rights and investment by government. Any debate, any objection? Clause 15 is agreed to. Clause 16, survey of land. Any debate, any objection? Clause 16 is agreed to. Clause 17, application for exploitation license. Any debate, any objection? Clause 17 is agreed to. Clause 18, validity of exploitation license. Any debate, any objection? Clause 18 is agreed to. Clause 19, disqualification for issue of exploitation license. Any debate, any objection? Clause 19 is agreed to. Clause 20, closure of area to priority licensing. Any debate, any objection? Clause 20 is agreed to. Clause 21, licensing of mining activities. Any debate, any objection? Clause 21 is agreed to. Clause 22, application for mining license. Any debate, any objection? Clause 22 is agreed to. Clause 23, validity of mining license. Any debate, any objection? Clause 23 is is agreed to. Clause 24, definement of commencement of mining license, of mining. Any debate, any objection? Clause 24 is agreed to. Clause 25, suspension of production or closure of mine by commission. The question is that clause 25 stands part of the bill. Mr. Kalao,
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clause 25 be amended with the words as circulated.
The question is that clause 25 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate, any objection?
Objection, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, paragraph E cannot be deleted in a sense that obviously you are aware, Mr. Chairman, that the aspect of industrial harmony is very, very critical to mining activities in order to take place smoothly, and also for productivity's sake, it is just necessary that we maintain that particular clause. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The question is that clause 25 as amended stands part of the Mr. Kalowo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it is not progressive to have 25E in the sense that alternative dispute resolution mechanisms are provided for in the Industrial and Labour Relations Act for social partners to resolve their labor disputes. So clause E, 25E, is diluting this law. The minister talks about industrial harmony. All those processes, all those activities, they are provided for. That's why we have even the court specifically for that. So it is not progressive for this government to insist that they should be closing a mine which has got labor disputes, disrupting production just for labor disputes, when it is clearly provided for in the Industrial and Labour Relations Act. Well, then why do we have those laws that provide for how social partners should resolve their laws? Then let them repeal that act so that they have this one, because that they are diluting the law. I'm calling them to think through this aspect. It is not progressive. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Kampyongo.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairperson, once again. Mr. Chairperson, I want to commend the Honourable Member for his vigilance in scrutinizing the bill. One of our roles here, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairperson, is to ensure that when we are passing laws, they should be laws which are in conformity with each other and not at conflict with each other. That's one of the roles that we have to play when legislating. The Honourable Members adequately referred to the pieces of legislation that are available to deal with disputes. And to start creating other dispute resolution mechanisms will be at variance with what is already provided for in other pieces of legislation. And if we had members like him, Mr. Chairperson, I've got no doubt on my mind that we wouldn't have ended up with a law which has come to haunt us. Here, all of us seated, passed a piece of registration, Mr. Chairperson, which has come to haunt all of us here. So it's prudent that the Honourable Member is supported in being vigilant to scrutinize the bills, and it's incumbent upon the executive
Secretariat, you didn't time his debate, so we don't know what time you finish.
To take heed, you are gracious, Mr. Chairperson, but I'll be very brief. I won't take too much of the time. So, in supporting the submission from the honourable member, we would like the honourable minister, as he brings back this bill at report stage, to go and clean up and compare what is provided for on these issues. That's a very important matter that he has raised, and like I've said, we shouldn't repeat what has happened under our watch here to pass a law, and one of the laws has come to haunt us, all of us here, and we know it, because we were high, it passed, until it came to catch up with us. So it's important that as we are legislating, Mr. Speaker, we scrutinize these bills thoroughly. And your committee report was very interesting and pointed to so many of these issues. I submit, Mr. Chairperson, and I support the proposed amendment.
I put the question. The question is that clause 25 as amended stands part of the bill. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Of the contrary, say no. The noes have it. The question is in the negative. The amendment falls off. Clause 26, application for mineral processing license. Any debate, any objection? Clause 26 is agreed to. Clause 27, validity of mineral processing license. Any debate, any objection? Clause 27 is agreed to. Clause 28, amendment of mining license or mineral processing license. Any debate, any objection? Clause 28 is agreed to. Clause 29, suspension or restriction of production by holder of mining or mineral processing license. Any debate, any objection? Clause 29 is agreed to. Clause 30, application for gold penning certificate. Any debate, any objection? Clause 30 is agreed to. Clause 31, prohibition of trading in minerals without permit. Any debate, any objection? Clause 31 is agreed to. Clause 32, application for mineral trading permit. Any debate, any objection? Clause 32 is agreed to. Clause 33, prohibition of import or export of minerals, etc. without permit. Any debate, any objection? Clause 33 is agreed to. Clause 34, application for importation and exportation of minerals. Any debate, any objection? Clause 34 is agreed to. Clause 35, mineral analysis. Any debate, any objection? Clause 35 is agreed to. Clause 36, restriction of rights of entry by holder of license or permit. Any debate, any objection? Clause 36 is agreed to. Clause 37, exercise of rights under license or permit. Any debate, any objection? Clause 37 is agreed to. Clause 38, right to use and access water or graze stock. Any debate, any objection? Clause 38 is agreed to. Clause 39, acquisition of use of land by holder of mining rights. Any debate, any objection? Clause 39 is agreed to. Clause 40, alternative dispute resolution. Any debate, any objection? Clause 40 is agreed to. Clause 41, compensation for disturbance of right. The question is that clause 41 stands part of the bill. The Honourable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clause 41 be amended with words as circulated.
The question is that clause 41 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate? Any objection? Mr. Fuve.
Mr. Chair, I indicated on 30, 31, and 34.
There are no amendments. Those are just procedural notes. So there's no debate at that stage, Honorable Member. Those are just procedural notes. There are no amendments there. So let's make progress. I put the question. The question is that clause 41, as amended, stands part of the bill. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Of the contrary, say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 41, as amended, is ordered to stand as part of the bill. Clause 42, rights of building materials. Any debate, any objection? Clause 42 is agreed to. Clause 43, disposal of conflict minerals. Any debate, any objection? Clause 43 is agreed to. Clause 44, insurance and indemnities. Insurance and indemnities. Any debate, any objection? Clause 44 is agreed to. Clause 45, restriction on mining rights and minerals processing license. Any debate, any objection? Clause 45 is agreed to. Clause 46, amendment of program of exploration or mining operation. Any debate, any objection? Clause 46 is agreed to. Clause 47, transfer of mining or mineral processing license. Any debate, any objection? Clause 47 is agreed to. Clause 49, transfer of control of company. Any debate, any objection? Clause 48 is agreed to. Clause 49, alteration of exploration or mineral area. Any debate, any objection? Clause 49 is agreed to. Clause 50, maggots or coordination of mining operation. Any debate, any objection? Clause 50 is agreed to. Clause 51, abandonment of land subject to mining or minerals processing license. The question is that clause 51 stands part of the bill. The Acting Minister of Mines and Minerals Development. The Acting Minister of Mines, clause 51. You are moving an amendment, Honorable Minister. Clause 51, Honorable Minister. Abandonment of land subject to mining or mineral processing. Clause 51.
Just a minute. Mr. Chairman, there was no amendment to this clause. That's why we are not having it.
There is, it was
I
circulated.
want to apologize that we don't have.
In clause 51, there's an amendment.
Yeah, but
Try to find the notes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, by the deletion of the words non-mining right, yes, this is the one. And the substitution thereof of the words mineral processing license, wherever they appear.
The question is that clause 51 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate? Any objection? Amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairperson, you need to get the record correct. We are legislating. The Honorable Minister is supposed to respond to you as these moving amendments. So, can we have it on record how he has moved that amendment, one across 51, so that the record can be reflected properly, sir?
Okay, may you take your seat, Honorable Member. The Honorable Minister moved the amendment.
You were supposed to acknowledge, sir, to say clause 51. I beg to move that clause 51 be amended with words as circulated. You was reading the words. Sir, it's just a correction. We are being helpful. We have been at this work for so much time.
The Honorable Minister, for the sake of the House, read it again.
I beg to move, Mr. Chairman, that clause 51 be amended as circulated.
Honorable Minister, you should say clause 51 be amended with words as circulated. Read like that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I beg to move that clause 51 be amended as the word circulated, Mr.
You didn't, Honorable Minister, you didn't read correctly.
Mr. Chairman, with words circulated.
Okay, let's make progress. The question is that clause 51 be amended with words as circulated. Any objection? Any debate? Any objection? Amendment is agreed to. I put the question. The question is that clause 51 as amended stands part of the bill. As many are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 51 as amended is ordered to be part of the bill. Let's make progress. Clause 52, surrender of mining rights or mineral processing license.
Point of order, sir. Should I proceed, sir? On a point of order.
May proceed, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the opportunity to rise on this very important point of order. Mr. Speaker, bordering on the procedures of this House. Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Sakire moved an amendment which has been duly accepted by this House. But he was the one shouting loudest to object to the amendment which he has moved. Is he in order, Mr. Chairman, to have behaved in this particular manner? I thank you, sir.
Honorable Minister, I didn't understand what you were trying to put across, because this amendment was put by the Honorable Minister of... let's make progress. Clause 52, surrender of mining rights or mineral processing license. Any debate, any objection? Clause 52 is agreed to. Clause 53, renewal of mining or non-mining right. Any debate, any objection? Clause 53 is agreed to. Clause 54, suspension or revocation of mining or non-mining right. Any debate, any objection? Clause 54 is agreed to. Clause 55, surrender of records on termination of mining or non-mining right. Any debate, any objection? Clause 55 is agreed to. Clause 56, management of assets on suspension, on abandonment or revocation of mining or non-mining right. Any debate, any objection? Clause 56 is agreed to. Clause 57, compliance order. Any debate, any objection? Clause 57 is agreed to. Clause 58, annual area charge. Any debate, any objection? Clause 58 is agreed to. Clause 59, production of information. Any debate, any objection? Clause 59 is agreed to. Clause 60, consideration of environment and human health when granting mining rights or issuing mineral processing license. Clause 60 is agreed to. Clause 61, condition for protection of environment and human health. Any debate, any objection? Clause 61 is agreed to. Clause 62, clearing away of mining or mineral plant. Any debate, any objection? Clause 62 is agreed to. Clause 63, sale of mining or mineral processing plant. Any debate, any objection? Clause 63 is agreed to. Clause 64, wasteful mining practice. Any debate, any objection? Clause 64 is agreed to. Clause 65, notification of accidents and dangerous occurrences. Any debate, any objection? Clause 65 is agreed to. Clause 66, liability and redress. Any debate, any objection? Clause 66 is agreed to. Clause 67, environmental protection fund. The question is that Clause 67 stands part of the bill. Mr. Kalobo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Clause 67 be amended with the words as circulated.
The question is that Clause 67 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate, any objection?
Objection, Mr. Chairman.
The question is that Clause 69 as amended stands part of the bill. Mr. Kalovo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in brief, our proposal is meant to prevent political interference. We want this fund to be managed and administered by the committee appointed by the minister through the commission. Now, if you leave out the commission, who is the regulator? You leave too much room for the minister to interfere politically. Mr. Chairman, when you look at all the proposals that we've made, I indicated at first that this is a good bill, which has no backbone, which has got no legs. If you check, they've rejected a fair share value. They've rejected to harmonize the laws, which are conflicting. They've rejected to include the stakeholders. They've rejected a beneficial shareholding. Then where are we going? Why are we even amending? This regulator, this commission, what are they going to be regulating? if we can't get a fair share value of our minerals that are produced. Mineral royalty, Mr. Chairman, is meant to compensate the host countries for the minerals that are mined. All those aspects they've rejected. So, Mr. Chairman, this bill is a rhetoric bill, just meant for politics. This fashion of registration, Mr. Chairman, is reckless. Posterity will judge you harshly. Mr. Chairman, I submit.
I put the question. The question is that Clause 67 as amended stands part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The noes have it. The question is in the negative. The amendment falls off. Clause 68, minerals, royalties, and
Mr. Chairperson had indicated to debate. It's a very important clause. No, I've indicated before you posed the question. If we have suspended the standing orders to do this work, so let's not rush into these matters. They are very critical. We want to be on record. Mr. Chairperson, thank you so much for indulgence.
Honorable member.
Yes.
Honorable member. I thought you stood on a point of order because the resolution had already been passed.
Yeah, but my point of order, Mr. Chairperson, is that we have suspended standing orders. And for the purpose of legislating, this is the sitting we have. And we must be given enough time to reflect on these bills, Mr. Speaker. We are passing these bills not only for us, but for the generations to come. So I had indicated in good time before the honourable member concluded his debate on the proposed amendment. So that's my point of order.
Okay.
Sir.
Thank you. We've taken note. Let's
be there.
Part 7, collection and assessment of mineral royalties. The Honourable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clause 68 be amended with words as circulated.
The question is that clause 68 Honorable Minister, we are dealing with part 7 on page 54, in line with 17.
So he's moving that part 7.
So you are moving part 7 of the amendment.
Amended with word that's circulated.
If you can't see the notes, Honorable Minister, just say part 7, the heading of part 7 be amended as words, with words as circulated. That will be enough.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Part 7.
The heading of Part 7.
The heading of Part 7 be amended.
Be amended with words.
With words
as circulated.
As circulated.
Okay, thank you. The question is that clause 68 be amended. The question is that clause 68. The question is that the heading for Part 7 be amended with words as circulated. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Of the contrary, say no. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Part 7 of the heading be amended with words as circulated. Yeah. Order. Clause 68, mineral royalties and charges. The question is that clause 68 stands part of the bill. The Honorable Acting Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Clause 8 or 68, Mr. Chairman?
68.
I beg to move that clause.
That clause 68
be amended with words as circulated.
Okay, thank you. Any debate, any objection? Amendment is agreed to. Mr. Kampyongo.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, we are lost. We are lost. The procedure is that the Honorable Minister, when moving an amendment, should justify the amendment, and so that we follow, we flow with him. But we don't know where he's moving, and he has gotten us lost, just as he is lost himself. So, Madam Speaker, we are at pains to support those amendments is moving, because when the private member, the private member was moving, he was clear and he was giving the rationale for moving amendments.
Honorable Member, Mr. Kampyongo.
Yes, sir.
That's a procedure, but it's not a must.
Sir.
It's a procedure. It's either way. He can do it or not.
Mr. Chairperson, a procedure is a procedure, and the clerk seated there should be very hopeful. This is the House of Records, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, I've guided you. The Honorable Minister can or cannot. It is still okay. If he chooses to justify why he's moving the bill, he can, or he may not. So let's make progress. I put the question. The question is that clause 68 as amended stands part of the bill. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Of the contrary, say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 68 as amended is ordered to stand as part of the bill. Clause 69, royalties on production of minerals. Any debate, any objection? Clause 69 is agreed to. Clause 70, due date for mineral royalty. Any debate, any objection? Clause 70 is agreed to. Clause 71, mineral royalty retains. Any debate, any objection? Clause 71 is agreed to. Clause 72, provisional assessment of mineral royalty. Any debate, any objection? Clause 72 is agreed to. Clause 73, remission of mineral royalty. Any debate, any objection? Clause 73 is agreed to. Clause 74, deferment of mineral royalty. Any debate, any objection? Clause 74 is agreed to. Clause 75, prohibition of disposal of minerals. Any debate, any objection? Clause 75 is agreed to. Clause 76, inspectors. Any debate, any objection? Clause 76 is agreed to. Clause 77, powers of inspectors. Any debate, any objection? Clause 77 is agreed to. Clause 78, seizure of property. Any debate, any objection? Clause 78 is agreed to. Clause 79, establishment of tribunal and jurisdiction. As it is, establishment of tribunal and jurisdiction. Any debate, any objection? Clause 79 is agreed to. Clause 80, members of tribunal. Any debate, any objection? Clause 80 is agreed to. Clause 81, tenure of office of members of tribunal. Any debate, any objection? Clause 81 is agreed to. Clause 82, funding and allowances of members of tribunal. Any debate, any objection? Clause 82 is agreed to. Clause 83, registrar of tribunal and other staff. Any debate, any objection? Clause 83 is agreed to. Clause 84, exercise of powers of tribunal and procedure. Any debate, any objection? Clause 84 is agreed to. Clause 85, appeal to tribunal. The question is that Clause 85 stands part of the bill. The Acting Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Clause 85 be amended with words as circulated.
The question is that Clause 85 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate, any objection? Amendment is agreed to. I put the question. The question is that Clause 85 as amended stands part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye, of the contrary say no, the ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 85 as amended is ordered to stand as part of the bill. Clause 86, notice of appeal. The question is that Clause 86 stands part of the bill. The Acting Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you, Chairman. I beg to move that Clause 86 be amended with words as circulated.
The question is that Clause 86 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate, any objection? Amendment is agreed to. I put the question. The question is that Clause 86 as amended stands part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye, of the contrary say no, the ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 86 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 87, hearings before tribunal. The question is that Clause 87 stands part of the bill. The Acting Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
I beg to move that Clause 87 be amended with words as circulated.
The question is that Clause 87 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate, any objection? Amendment is agreed to. Clause 87 as amended. Any further debate? I put the question. The question is that Clause 87 as amended stands part of the bill. As many as that opinion say aye, of the contrary say no, the ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 87 as amended is ordered to stand as part of the bill. Clause 88, restriction on number of mining rights. Any debate, any objection? Clause 88 is agreed to. Clause 89, offenses by board operators or Clause 89, offenses by board, corporate or incorporated board. Any debate, any objection? Clause 89 is agreed to. Clause 90, disclosure of information. Any debate, any objection, Clause 90 is agreed to. Clause 91, registers. Any debate, any objection, Clause 91 is agreed to. Clause 92, civil damages. Any debate, any objection, Clause 92 is agreed to. Clause 93, general penalty. Any debate, any objection, Clause 93 is agreed to. Clause 94, summary of imposition of penalties. Any debate, any objection, Clause 94 is agreed to. Clause 95, additional powers of court. Any debate, any objection, Clause 95 is agreed to. Clause 96, guidelines. Any debate, any objection, Clause 96 is agreed to. Clause 97, regulations. Any debate, any objection, Clause 97 is agreed to. Clause 98, repeal of Act Number 11 of 2015 and savings and transition provisions. The question is that Clause 98 stands part of the bill. The Acting Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Clause 98 be amended with words as circulated.
The question is that Clause 98 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate, any objection? Amendment is agreed to. Clause 98 as amended. Any further debate? I put the question. The question is that Clause 98 as amended stands part of the bill. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, say no. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 98 as amended is ordered to stand as part of the bill. Schedule on page 71. Any debate, any objection? Schedule on page 71 is agreed to. Long title. Any debate, any objection? Long title is agreed to. The bill will be reported to the House as having passed through the committee with amendments. The Animal Identification and Traceability Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2024, Clause 1, short title. Any debate, any objection, Clause 1 is agreed to. Clause 2, interpretation. Any debate, any objection, Clause 2 is agreed to. Clause 3, application. Any debate, any objection, Clause 3 is agreed to. Clause 4, establishment of Animal Identification and Traceability Unit. Any debate, any objection, Clause 4 is agreed to. Clause 5, functions of unit. Any debate, any objection, Clause 5 is agreed to. Clause 6, traceability officer and other staff. Any debate, any objection, Clause 6 is agreed to. Clause 7, powers of traceability officer. Any debate, any objection, Clause 7 is agreed to. Clause 8, restoration of property. Any debate, any objection, Clause 8 is agreed to. Clause 9, immunity. Any debate, any objection, Clause 9 is agreed to. Clause 10, components of animal identification and traceability system. Any debate, any objection, Clause 10 is agreed to. Clause 11, prohibition of dealing in an identified animal, animal product or animal byproduct. Any debate, any objection, Clause 11 is agreed to. Clause 12, compulsory animal product and animal byproduct identification. Any debate, any objection, Clause 12 is agreed to. Clause 13, specification for animal identification, marks and devices for marking animals. Any debate, any objection, Clause 13 is agreed to. Internal traceability system. Clause 14, internal traceability system. Any debate, any objection, Clause 14 is agreed to. Clause 15, transfer of animal identifying device. Any debate, any objection, Clause 15 is agreed to. Clause 16, surrender of used animal identification device. Any debate, any objection, Clause 16 is agreed to. Clause 17, traceability of imported, exported, or in transit animal product or animal byproduct. Any debate, any objection, Clause 17 is agreed to. Clause 18, Disease control zone marks. Any debate and objection? Clause 18 is agreed to. Clause 19, prohibition of operation on unnoticed premises and keeping, etc., or unidentified animals. Any debate and objection? Clause 19 is agreed to. Clause 20, notification of premises. Any debate and objection? Clause 20 is agreed to. Clause 21, application for registration of animal identification. Any debate and objection? Clause 21 is agreed to. Clause 22, application for special animal identification mark. Any debate and objection? Clause 22 is agreed to. Clause 23, duration of animal identification mark certificate. Any debate and objection? Clause 23 is agreed to. Clause 24, renewal of animal identification mark certificate. The question is that clause 24 stands part of the bill. The acting minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Mr. Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 24 be amended with the words as circulated.
The question is that clause 24 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate, any objection? The amendment is agreed to. I put the question. The question is that clause 24 as amended stands part of the bill. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Of the contrary, say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 24 as amended is ordered to stand as part of the bill. Clause 25, transfer of animal identification mark. Any debate, any objection? Clause 25 is agreed to. Clause 26, change in detail. Any debate, any objection? Clause 26 is agreed to. Clause 27, surrender of certificate. Any debate, any objection? Clause 27 is agreed to. Clause 28, suspension or cancellation of animal identification mark certificate. Any debate, any objection? Clause 28 is agreed to. Clause 29, duplicate certificate. Any debate, any objection? Clause 29 is agreed to. Clause 30, prohibition of acting as agent without registration. Any debate, any objection? Clause 30 is agreed to. Clause 31, agent may act on behalf of applicant. Any debate, any objection? Clause 31 is agreed to. Clause 32, application for registration as agent. Any debate, any objection? Clause 32 is agreed to. Clause 33, eligibility for registration as agent. Any debate, any objection? Clause 33 is agreed to. Clause 34, duration of agent certificate. The question is that clause 34 stands part of the bill. The acting minister of Fisheries and Livestock.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 34 be amended with words as circulated.
The question is that clause 34 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate, any objection? Amendment is agreed to. I put the question. The question is that clause 34 as amended stands part of the bill. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Of the contrary, say no. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 34 as amended is ordered to stand as part of the bill. Clause 35, renewal of agent certificate. Any debate and objection? Clause 35 is agreed to. Clause 36, prohibition of transfer of agent certificate. Any debate and objection? Clause 36 is agreed to. Clause 37, change in details. Any debate and objection? Clause 37 is agreed to. Clause 38, surrender of agent certificate. Any debate and objection? Clause 38 is agreed to. Clause 39, suspension or cancellation of agent certificate. Any debate and objection? Clause 39 is agreed to. Clause 40, review and appeal. Any debate and objection? Clause 40 is agreed to. Clause 41, appointment and conveying of tribunal. Any debate and objection? Clause 41 is agreed to. Clause 42, powers of tribunal. Any debate and objection? Clause 42 is agreed to. Clause 43, decisions of tribunal. Any debate and objection? Clause 43 is agreed to. Clause 44, record of animals, animal products and animals byproducts. Any debate, any objection, clause 44 is agreed to. Clause 45, registrar. Any debate, any objection, clause 45 is agreed to. Clause 46, publication of copies of registers. Any debate, any objection, clause 46 is agreed to. Clause 47, evidence. Any debate, any objection, clause 47 is agreed to. Clause 48, general offenses. Any debate, any objection, clause 48 is agreed to. Clause 49, general penalty. Any debate, any objection, clause 49 is agreed to. Clause 50, power of court to order cancellation of certificate. Any debate, any objection, clause 50 is agreed to. Clause 51, guidelines. Any debate, any objection, clause 51 is agreed to. Clause 52, regulations. Any debate, any objection, clause 52 is agreed to. Clause 53, repeal of Act number 28 of 2010 and savings and transitional provisions. Any debate, any objection, clause 53 is agreed to. Long title. Any debate, any objection, long title is agreed to. The bill will be reported to the House as having passed through the committee with amendment. Investment, Trade and Business Development, Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2024. Clause 1, short title. Any debate, any objection, clause 1 is agreed to. Clause 2, amendment of section 2. The question is that clause 2 stands part of the bill. The Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 2 be amended with words as circulated.
The question is that clause 2 be amended with words as circulated. Any debate, any objection? The amendment is agreed to. I put the question. The question is that clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill. As many are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clause 2 as amended is ordered to stand as part of the bill. Clause 3, amendment of section 30. Any debate? Any objection? Clause 3 is agreed to. Long title. Any debate and objection? Long title is agreed to. The bill will be reported to the House as having passed through the committees with amendment. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the Committee of the Whole House has gone through the Minerals Regulation Commission Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2024 with amendment.
Day for consideration of the report.
Now, Madam Speaker.
Report to be considered now. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report of the committee be adopted.
As no notice has been received of any further amendment, is it your will that the report of the committee be adopted? Any objection? I see none. Report adopted. Day for third reading.
Now, Madam.
Third reading of the bill to be taken now. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be now read the third time.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development. Third reading of the bill to be taken now. The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be now read the third time.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. Any debate, any objection? The question is agreed to. Let the bill be read the third time.
The Minerals Regulation Commission Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2024.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lunte, what is your point of order?
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for according me this opportunity to raise a point of order. And I intended to raise this point of order as well as still considering orders of the day, the top part on the order paper, bills. Madam Speaker, I raise this point of order on Her Honor the Vice President, who I believe it should be in our interest to ensure that business, particularly transacted by the executive, do follow procedure. Madam Speaker, Standing Order number 113, 3, states, and I quote, in fact, let me read 2 and 3. 2, if the bill to be deferred or withdrawn is already appearing on the order paper, the member shall seek leave of the House to defer or withdraw the bill, as the case may be. 3, upon reaching the order of the day relating to the bill to be deferred or withdrawn, the member shall, when called upon by the Speaker, stand in his or her place and state that, Mr. or Madam Speaker, with leave of the House, I beg to move that the bill be deferred to a later date. Or, Mr. or Madam Speaker, with leave of the House, I beg to move that the bill be withdrawn, as the case may be. Madam Speaker, if a bill is on the order paper, this is a procedure to follow when withdrawing or deferring the bill. Madam Speaker, today, while on this same order of the day, a minister, Honorable Garin Kombo, Minister for Local Government and Rural Development, deferred the bill without following this procedure by simply writing a note to you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, is Her Honor the Vice President
leader of government business in the House in order to allow circumvention of procedure in the House, Madam Speaker, when she is supposed to ensure that her ministers follow procedure when transacting business in the House. Madam Speaker, will you be able to sustain that transaction of that business? I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much.
The Honourable Member, we know the guidelines for raising a point of order. It should have happened. You should have raised that point of order. Was it before tea break when the Honourable Minister stood there in his place and mentioned that the bill be deferred to tomorrow? He was standing there where he sits. Yes. Yes, the Honourable Member saw your point of order. For now, you've raised it at the wrong time. It's not admissible. Because there was a time when we discussed that, we even made a conclusion when the Honourable Minister stood up and informed the House that this bill shall be deferred to tomorrow. So I see nothing wrong with what the Minister did. It was announced to the whole House. Next time, Honourable Member, please also try to raise the point of order at the right time. We make progress. Next order.
Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the Committee of the whole House has gone through the Animal Identification and Traceability Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2024 with amendments.
Day for consideration of the report.
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Report to be considered tomorrow? Is it now or tomorrow?
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
The report to be considered tomorrow. I thought it was today. Okay. We make progress. Next order.
Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the Committee of the whole House has gone through the Investment, Trade and Business Development Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2024 with amendments.
Day for consideration of the report. The Honourable Minister. Sorry.
Now, Madam Speaker.
Report to be considered now. The Honourable Minister of Commerce, the Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report of the committee be adopted.
As no notice has been received of any further amendment, is it your will that the report of the committee be adopted? Any objection? I see none. Report adopted. Day for third reading.
Now, Madam Speaker.
Third reading of the bill to be taken now. The Honourable Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be now read the third time.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. Let the bill be read the third time.
The Investment, Trade and Business Development Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2024.
Thank you. You can come.
Order. Next order.
Thanks, His Excellency the President's address. Motion of 19th March, resumption of debate.
When business was interrupted on Friday, 22nd March 2024, the House was considering the motion moved by the Honorable Member for Chama South that the thanks of this Assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in His Excellency the President's address, and the Honorable Member for Kawambwa was debating. May the Honorable Member continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is our solemn duty as members of Parliament, when the President comes here and presents the state of the nation, it is our responsibility to interrogate his speech and to interrogate the issues. We do not do that for ourselves, Mr. Speaker. We do that for the people of Zambia who sent us here. So we have a responsibility, all of us collectively in the House, to ensure that we support the President by interrogating his speech. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chasefu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity of giving the people of Chasefu an opportunity to add a word on the wonderful speech delivered by the President on 15th March 2024. I will start by saying, Mr. Chairperson, that, Mr. Speaker, that exceptional people do exceptional things. Thereby, I will be failing the people of Zambia if I don't congratulate the President for his efforts with his leadership, this New Dawn government, for managing the debt restructuring. In advanced jurisdictions, this side could have stood up to give a standing ovation to this leadership, which has managed for the first time. We have been grappling with this huge debt, which was affecting service delivery and even the lives of the people of Zambia. In his speech, the President, he talked about patriotism and national unity. In the spirit of patriotism, all of us, we could have started today, if we were patriotic Zambians, by congratulating his government. But very few of us live by the tenets or the principles of patriotism. Chairperson, I'm really a humbled person to see, Mr. Speaker, that we have a leadership that is doing a lot. One of the things that the President talked about was his fight against corruption. Mr. Speaker, corruption takes away from the poor. Corruption takes away from the ordinary Zambian. There is no country in this world which has developed with corruption which is rife the way we had it in the previous regime. Being a member of APNAC and having stepped into this parliament, I've put up my position. I detest corruption. And it's an appeal to everyone. And that's why I follow the President when he talks about the fight against corruption, which we should join him, all of us, if we are to cleanse this nation and have prosperity, which we all dream about and which we desire. Chairperson, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, that's very good. You can continue.
Mr. Speaker, I beg your apology, Mr. Speaker, that I forgive my brothers, especially this side. Chairperson, Corruption. The corruption that is taking place.
Honorable members, don't distract him. Let him debate. He wants to deliver his points. You are distracting him. If you want to speak, you'll be given an opportunity also. The honorable member, may you continue. Zambians want to listen.
Chairperson, I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, they have an opportunity to listen from a man of wisdom from the East, especially my colleagues from this side. Mr. Speaker, we passed a law. We passed a law to streamline the period of prosecuting corrupt practices. And I commend the House, although we don't debate ourselves. That was a landmark thing. The President said in his speech that uzakorola zamene wa biala, you reap what you sow. It is my wish that those who indulged themselves in corruption, I am waiting every day to see them arrested. But today I'm humbled and happy that slowly they are forfeiting property which they acquired using monies obtained illicitly. This nation, we count ourselves as leaders. It shall be a better nation. More money, even this debt we are talking about, this country will live a higher status if we fight corruption. I'm with the president, I'm with the government. Corruption takes from the poor. The people of Chasefu, they were waiting to have the Rundazi Chama Road done. But because of corruption, it was not done. The people of Chasefu were waiting for Chasefu boarding to be completed, the only Chasefu boarding. But because of corruption, it was not done. So, uzakorola zamene wa biala. Let them dance. They will reap what they sow. They will reap what they sowed. So, going forward, as leaders, I'm on record, that the moment you start arresting those who committed atrocities, that will be the beginning of the end of corruption. So, I was very elated. The other thing, I don't want to be seen to be discussing ourselves. We are talking about values. Values are principles or standards of behavior. I sit here in this jurisdiction. There are other jurisdictions, the executive, the judiciary. But the president was talking about junkies, that we should manage this thing coming about junkies. One of the wings of government, which I belong to, we have seen behavior so close to junkie behavior. We have reduced the standards of certain wings of government. And we have a moral obligation to ensure that where we sit, we behave morally. That's what defines us as individuals and as a nation. We shouldn't borrow alien behaviors we are watching from other jurisdictions. We are defined as Zambians. What are we? How do we behave? When I leave my home coming here, everyone is looking at me as a role model. How is my behavior? We are shaping the destiny of this country. The president shouldn't be alone. Let's join him by incouting good morals. In all of us, as we do it to the youths, we should even ourselves, we are talking to the youths, what do we do ourselves? I've seen a jurisdiction where even here, telling a minister to Arakuponona, we shall beat you a minister.
Honorable member, we don't debate ourselves. We don't debate ourselves.
Well noted. Well noted, Honorable Speaker. These are realities, Honorable Speaker. I'm making reference. Let's bring order to this country and join the president to rid of bad behavior so that our country can be great again. I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chiruvi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the President talked about a lot of thematic areas, but I think I would dance around the 21 paragraphs that are tackling morality and ethics. I'll start with the issue of drug and substance abuse. The young people Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the young people of Zambia, out of the 20 million population we have, you find that they take a good percentage. Because when we talk about youths in Zambia, we are talking about those between 15 to 35. And they are be in different categories. They can be females, males, and the like. Mr. Speaker, it seems... may I continue, Mr. Speaker? Okay. But that is disturbing. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, what I was trying to underscore.
Honorable member, that's why I was, my mind told me that you already debated.
No, Mr. Speaker, I never debated.
You did?
No, I didn't debate.
No, you did. We've got records here. That's why I was the...
No, but when I wanted to debate, you said next
no.
debater.
Honorable member, may you take your seat?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to submit that people of Chulbi have sent me here to debate. And I think in all fairness, they expect me to talk about these issues as you allow me to do that. And I think this
Honorable member, may you take your seat?
It's not been fair to people of Chulbi, not myself, but people of Chulbi.
May you take your seat? I think, let me guide. Our standing order says that during the presidential address, the honorable member is allowed to debate once to the motion. So we've got records, you know. I kept thinking about it, and I made further consultations. And our records indicate that you already debated. So you can't debate twice. The honorable member for Kaumbwe.
No, I didn't debate. You even know. Where did I debate? Yes. Where should I stay? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to allow the people of Kaumbwe to echo their voice on the presidential speech. The president on page 19, he says, we call on you members of parliament, traditional leaders, churches, and other stakeholders to join government in sensitizing communities. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to dwell on sustainable development. Okay. Sustainable development for any nation is a catalyst for social and economic development for the nation. Right now, of course, there are so many challenges that the world is facing through effects of climate change. Right now, our country, we have drought. In this drought and the effects of climate change, government is making a lot of efforts and is calling us, all members of parliament, traditional leaders, churches, all stakeholders, to collaborate and make our concerted efforts to speed up the mitigation of climate effects. Climate effects does not know any political party, does not know any traditional leader, but it knows all humankind. The major effects, some of the effects of climate change are like drought. Drought, right now, our country is faced with starvation. And in order to mitigate
We're looking at forestation, carbon trading, carbon markets. Carbon markets, carbon trading have got a very good economic effect through the benefits that will trickle down to communities. However, the sensitization on carbon trading, like in my constituency, we have a lot of forests. These forests have since then been encroached. These forests are now bare land, and the government is not sensitizing the traditional leaders, the local populace, about the benefits of carbon trading. The carbon markets is a technical subject that needs, in its totality, to be explained to the communities, for communities to be willing to offer these forests. If I go further, in terms of smart agriculture, our land, because of economic effects, the drought effects, and depending on rain-fed crops, the soil is infertile, and we are faced with a lot of hunger, and agricultural productivity is compromised. Government efforts is through smart agriculture. Smart agriculture is entailing that you need to have predictable yields, even to follow up moisture content in real time. It is reported in the speech that almost 147,000 farmers across the country, 147,412 small-scale farmers countrywide are using climate-smart agriculture technologies. These numbers, I wonder, this smart agriculture, which is a very good technology that we need to accelerate the adoption of these technologies in order to mitigate the impact of climate change, we have no opportunity like in Petauke. I'm not aware about the practice of this climate agriculture in my constituency. It is not the problem of the farmers, but it is the leadership to sensitize and spread this kind of technology to all the areas across the country. Through, as the President encouraged, that all these natural phenomena, the members of parliament, traditional leaders, all the stakeholders, we need to work together in order to mitigate all these effects that are affecting our countries. Going further in sustainable development, we have seen, yes, if we can talk about transport integration, good climate through the ecosystem will spur mineral production, will spur the growth of the economy, and as we can see, like for now, the country is targeting 3 million tons of copper or mineral production, and agriculture, I think, I cannot remember the figure that agriculture has set themselves as a target in terms of the quantities of maize production. 10 million. But 10 million tons in 3 years or something like that. So all these targets are good targets, but with the support of the ecosystem, whose disturbance can lead to all these kind of targets not to be achieved. There is need for all concerted efforts. As the President, I just want to emphasize that there is need to put politics aside for natural challenges, natural disasters that affect our countries. We put politics aside and make our environment to be fit for ourselves and for the future generation. Well, I just want to say that sustainable development is the key for our nations. And I want to echo the President's sentiment that we need to put all our concentrated efforts towards these natural disasters. Hence,
order. Time is up, Honorable Member.
I thank you so much. Thank you so much.
The Honorable Member for Lukasha.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity also to just share a few words in debating the speech of the President. Mr. Speaker, allow me to start by also recording my congratulations. I know State Council is leaving the chamber. I don't know for what reason, but to congratulate my colleague, Mr. Jack Mwimbu, on his admission to the prestigious inner bar of the Law Association of Zambia. I've been associated with Mr. Jack Mwimbu, Mr. Speaker, for over 20 years, and I think he's deserving of this appointment. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to record my congratulations for the Speaker of the National Assembly for our admission to the inner bar. I'm constrained, Mr. Speaker, to comment on the restructuring because what we have been informed is only that an agreement has been reached. I'm sure there are a number of milestones that have to be achieved before we can begin to register our congratulations. Mr. Speaker, I would like to start by echoing what Honourable Member for Kawambwa said. Just like others, we are all tied to an oath of allegiance to the office of a president. And that oath mandates us to accord respect to the president. And by extension, when we recognize that something of a lapse has occurred in the discharge of the presidential functions, we should be able to stand up and advise the president on corrective measures on what should actually transpire. Mr. Speaker, a lot of my friends have spoken on several things I would have wanted to speak about in my address, but I'm just going to confine myself to two areas, thematic areas, Mr. Speaker: democracy and constitutionalism, and integrity and good governance. Mr. Speaker, in the opening remarks on page 9, the Republican President stated, and I quote, we are delighted and honored that Zambia has been named among top 3 most democratizing countries in the world by an institution called VDEM. This recognition underscores our government's continuous efforts to promote the virtues of democracy, good governance, and the law. Mr. Speaker, I started musing on this statement. I was wondering what criteria was used by VDEM to recognize Zambia as one of the most democratizing countries. Because, Mr. Speaker, the country has not forgotten yet what we were subjected to on the 24th of October, 2023, when a group of individuals decided on their own to convene a retreat and create a semblance of a leadership with a view to take over the leadership of a biggest opposition party in the country. Zambians were minded at that time, Mr. Speaker, to behave dismissively of that misconduct. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the government decided to play ball with these renegades and decided to try and legitimize the otherwise unconstitutional means by which the leadership of the biggest opposition was about to be usurped. Mr. Speaker, the nation still remembers what happened on the night of the 24th of October 2023, when senior police officers were hauled up at police force headquarters and waited for those who were allegedly elected on that day or appointed on that day so that they could give them credentials to become office bearers of the Patriotic Front. Mr. Speaker, that conduct not only violated the Constitution of the Patriotic Front, but it also violated Article 60 of the Constitution that requires every political party to have intra-party democracy. So if we were going to use a yardstick, Mr. Speaker, like what transpired on the 24th of October, we were going to ask questions, and we were going to ask the President to make a statement to explain to the nation that we admit that there have been lapses in how we've been implementing our constitutionalism in this country. Mr. Speaker, what happened on the 24th of October can only be aptly described as a deceptive construct. Because, Mr. Speaker, those individuals who decided they were going to impose themselves as leaders on the biggest political party did not have the mandate to do what they did. That was a construct that was deceptive because it did not originate from what is provided for in the provisions of the PF Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the biggest problem came when they decided they are going to place themselves on the registrar with the Registrar of Societies as the office bearers of the Patriotic Front. The registrar restrained them from doing it because she was very convinced that they had not complied with Article 60 of the Constitution. They did not comply with the provisions of the Patriotic Front Constitution itself.
There is a point of order, Honorable Member.
With me, Mr. Speaker. I can't hear the point of order, Mr. Speaker.
You may proceed. We thought the Honorable...
Now it has come on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Now, our standing orders number 65, Mr. Speaker, are very clear. The relevance of speech. Is the Honourable Member of Parliament on the floor, Mr. Speaker, in order to come here for 6 minutes and start lamenting about the internal wrangles of the PF, which our beloved President, Mr. Speaker, didn't have anything to do with, even when we came to deliver this speech. Is in order, Mr. Speaker, for 6 minutes to lament about the internal wrangles? Mr. Speaker, I seek your serious ruling about this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member, ensure that you confine your debate to the presidential debate, because exactly what he has said, we need to be relevant in our submission. Let's ensure that we present ourselves as such. So you may proceed.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm well guided. Mr. Speaker, I had made a remark based on Article 60 of the Republican Constitution that requires all political parties to have intra-party and inter-party democracy. The President addressed the nation on democracy and constitutionalism, and I've argued, Mr. Speaker, that what transpired on the 24th of October 2023 abrogated Article 60 of the Constitution. If I'm allowed, Mr. Speaker, I can even say that even the creation or the changes of the leadership of opposition in this parliament also breached the Constitution.
Honourable Member,
that deceptive
Honourable
Mr.
Member,
Speaker,
may you take your seat? May you take your seat? One, let me guide. One, we are not allowed to debate ourselves or the House. Secondly, this House has nothing to do with the changes of leadership that occurred in your party. We are just recipients of the would-be leadership, and we do our due diligence. As such, pronouncements are made at a later date who has assumed responsibility of a particular political party. So don't engage Parliament in your internal wrangles. I think restrict yourself to the presidential debate. It will do you more good than harm. You may proceed, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to insist. I'll just make a point that, you can never depart from the truth. No matter how much you want to depart from the truth, it still remains constant as a truth. What happened on the 24th of October breached Article 60 of the Constitution. What happened in the change of leadership for the opposition in this House breached the Constitution. I will depart from it, Mr.
Honourable Member,
If you
I've
allow me, Mr.
guided
Speaker,
you, now you are trying to challenge my...
I was just making a point, Mr. Speaker. In
No,
fact, I'm
no, no,
moving-
no, no. May you take your seat, Honorable Member. I've guided you. We don't do things in abstract. It's a house of rules. So if you have problems in your party, don't bring them, don't attach the National Assembly.
Mr. Speaker, I'll constrain myself by not
I've
going into that
guided
debate.
you. If you continue in that path, I can tell you.
I have the last 1 minute, Mr. Speaker. Maybe I need to speak about governance and integrity. Mr. Speaker, governance and integrity moves together with the rule of law. The President suggested here that the profile of the rule of law in this country has been so elevated that people are enjoying their freedoms and liberties. Mr. Speaker, there are only two places in life where human beings demand to be treated equally. It is in the eyes of God and before the law. The experience we've had, Mr. Speaker, in the last 2 years is that there are two different types of legal systems in the country. There's a law that applies to those who are in government or those who associate with the government, and there's a law which applies to those who are outside the government. Mr. Speaker, I can use one example of Mr. Rizwan Patel.
Do you have evidence? That is very serious allegation.
It's very serious, Mr. Speaker, because
do you
Mr.
have
Rizwan
evidence
Patel, as we are speaking,
to back order, Honorable Member? The assertions that you are making, do you have evidence to back what you've submitted?
Mr. Speaker, most of what we are saying is common knowledge. The public is aware of what is going on. I was going to cite an example before you stopped, Mr. Speaker, of Mr. Rizwan Patel, who, as we are speaking now, is incarcerated in Petauke. He's been held there on charges of aggravated robbery. Even in instances where the people that are alleged to have been robbed have come out in the public and said, we actually were not robbed. So this point, Mr. Speaker, emphasizes the fact that there's a legal system that seems to apply to those who are in the opposition and one that applies to those who are in government. This is a known fact, Mr. Speaker. You can never dispute that. So, Mr. Speaker, what I expected was that maybe the President in his speech was going to make a statement, as he does most of the times when he's speaking, either at State House or at Community House, that the law is going to apply to everybody uniformly. And these incidents that are happening in this country, we are going to have a statement made by the President in the chair that these are not going to continue going forward.
Order. Your time is up, Honorable Member.
Mr.
Order. Your time is up. And you brought up a point. I wanted to interrupt you, to guide you. You've mentioned yourself that there's someone who is incarcerated, and those are matters before the court. And in this house, we are not part to deliberate on issues that are before the court. The Honourable Member from Mbabala.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for giving the good people of Mbabala to support the presidential address to this House, August House, on the progress being made in delivery of the national values. Mr. Speaker, may I first of all, as earlier commended in the morning, continue to commend His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema and the entire UPND New Dawn government for a job well done on debt restructuring, democracy, where he has been nominated as one of the top 10 performing leaders in Africa, as well as the VDEM that has put Zambia as one of the best 3 democratic countries. VDEM, Mr. Speaker, is a Swedish NGO that generates data, disaggregated data. You can actually Google, if you are a researcher like me, you can Google, but it's very simple. VDEM has got indices that talk about democracy in terms of electoral democracy, liberal democracy, participatory democracy, deliberative democracy, and egalitarian democracy. So Zambia has been, is one of the best scholars in that direction. Because, Mr. Speaker, we are not concerned about what happens in clubs and the other small outfits out there. We are concerned with the democratic process of the country, where we're talking about freedoms of the people, Mr. Speaker, where we are talking about elections being held. We have been having a lot of ward-level by-elections in the country, and people have been voting freely. And we have seen a very good trend with no violence at all, Mr. Speaker. No violence, people are voting freely, and we are making a lot of progress as a country, simply because we have changed the way we do business in this country. And it shall never return, Mr. Speaker, to the days of cadres and all that messy that we experience as a country, including corruption and even the burning of money, because today we are celebrating the restructuring. So those things of burning money and all those bad things, Mr. Speaker, are out of the way. Mr. Speaker, where your rights end, that's where most of our rights start. So we use such scientific evidence to ensure that we respect the democratic principles for this country to move forward. And Mr. Speaker, His Excellency talked about flagships such as the Constituency Development Fund, that is a flagship of the New Dawn UPND government, and which is changing many lives. Many of our young people have now trades and skills and are earning income. Many of our women and men who wanted to be business women and men are running their cooperatives and doing business. So their business potential is coming out, and whatever they plan to do is being supported. These are the changes that are promoting our national values, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I also move to two other items, the issue of morality and ethics, where the President talked about alcoholism and substance abuse, which are some of the bad vices, including child marriage and gender-based violence. I think we have talked a lot on child marriage, and I'm happy working with the First Lady. Just this week, the First Lady launched the Ending Child Marriages in Zambia by the year 2030, working with the ministers' wives and others, which is an excellent progress. And we as PCC, or Parliamentary Caucus on Children here, will partner with her and UNICEF and many other organizations, Generation Alive and the like, to work on these matters to ensure that we end child marriage in Zambia, and also reduce on gender-based violence, some of those scourges that are not good for our people. On alcoholism, Mr. Speaker, we saw the increase in the junkies and the like, and we see the effects of junta in most of our people. And we are glad that His Excellency has talked about the sensitizations that happened, 211 chiefs and the other 700 religious leaders. And I think we need to extend this to many others who show signs and symptoms of being intoxicated with junta in some of their actions. So we need this to be reversed, Mr. Speaker, even here. Mr. Speaker, patriotism and national unity. Paying of taxes, Mr. Speaker, is very, very important for citizens. We have seen people who fail to pay taxes to the government in the past, with their companies closed by government, want to run public affairs. That is lack of patriotism and national unity, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, it is important that all such squanderers are not brought anywhere near the governance of this country. Mr. Speaker, as I wind up, I talk about sustainable development, where the people of Mbabara are very much affected with the climate change, where we now join His Excellency in climate-smart agriculture, which we want to see in Mbabara constituency, to help our people to plant smartly, as well as to have the dams and weirs that can help us harvest water, so that we can actualize the dams that we wish to have, such as the one I've been talking about in Mapanza, behind where the Ngonga and the Munyeke River converge, with the dams which we need to have worked on, like Kabanga, Kamanze, and the new ones such as Mabwatuba, Hinkungu, and many other areas where we need dams so that we can be able to harvest this water and no longer depend on rainwater, but actually put out food through gardening and other non-rain-fed crops that can be grown by these communities so that we can generate revenue and attain food security. Mr. Speaker, carbon trading is also an important area to the people of Mbabara in that we have a lot of potential to plant more trees in this area and earn some income for our people in Kavimba, in Mangunza, in Kabanze, and many other areas where we have potential forests and the like. So, Mr. Speaker, we commend government and the Minister of Green Economy, the Forest Department, by the vision to plant 2 million trees by the year 2028, as exposed by His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema. And the progress being made already by planting 645,000 trees, and we have also been led here by Madam Speaker, and we will be continuing to plant more trees, even in the constituency, where we need your continued support. So these are milestone achievements in the democratic processes and progress being made in attaining national values. Mr. Speaker, I support this progress report by His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema. I thank you.
The Honourable Member for Shuangandu.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to make a brief comment on the presidential address, which is constitutional and which was done by the President. And I want to start, Mr. Speaker, by commending the President, because when the President comes to this institution, on occasions such as that one, he becomes part of us to form Parliament. And so I commend him for one thing, that normally Honorable MPs historically have had a way of engaging the President, and those who have been old enough here will attest to that fact. My commendation goes to the way he addressed the matter between him and an honorable member as he was exiting, and to resolve what an honorable member raised. That's parental, and that's how it should be. And all those that would want to intervene in that matter must know that. But I don't want concern to those that are responsible for the presidential security detail, that you must make sure that the presidential detail is thorough, because what transpired on that day could be described as a security lapse, because the president has to be guided through the processions. Mr. Speaker,
there's a point of order by the Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I raise on a point of order on the relevant standing order on relevance of speech. The Honourable Member, from the time he started debating, he is not referring to the speech. He is now talking about the security of the President, instead of debating the presidential speech. Is he in order to veer off from the debate and debate in such a manner that is making it extremely difficult for the people of Choma Central Constituency to fail to make head and tail of what he is trying to talk about, whether he's talking about the presidential speech or the presidential security, which is a matter which should not be subject of this debate. And also, Mr. Speaker, that he has conveniently avoided to indicate that the President appreciated the by-election which was in Shuangandu and appreciated the leadership of the Member of Parliament for Shuangandu for being very democratic, and the result showed. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I think the Honourable Minister has sufficiently debated his point of order. May the Honourable Member continue.
Long live Mr. Speaker. This is a colleague I came at the same time with. So I understand where he's coming from. Mr. Speaker, the President made very interesting pronouncements. I agree with him when he stated that there is a nexus between national security and food security. I totally agree with him. And all of us must understand that where there's food insecurity, national security is threatened. The issue of the people that are being called junkies now is emanating from this connection. When family homes cannot provide food for family members desert to survival means, and those survival means could become disastrous. And these are the individuals we are referring to as junkies. So we have a responsibility to ensure that there is food security in the nation so that some of those negative vices are dealt with. Integrity and morality. Mr. Speaker, when I look across this side, I see eminent colleagues, members of parliament with integrity and capable. Why should it take more than 3 months for the head of state to fill up one gap in cabinet which was vacant? So that these colleagues who were supposed to be confident with that integrity also feel appreciated. What that has done is to create a lack of integrity in some people who would want now to position themselves even when they don't deserve from this side. People now are just now trying. So this aspect must be demonstrated by the head of state by appreciating my dear colleagues on the other side. The President talked about corruption fight. Mr. Speaker, the interesting part about this fight is that it shouldn't be in a form of witch hunt and coming with accusing fingers, because the problem with the accusing fingers is that you may be pointing a finger, one finger, and the rest of the fingers are pointing at you. So it is important that we go into a genuine fight. Here, when we commenced business, there was talk of lifestyle audit. Lifestyle audit, which was pronounced by our colleagues in the executive. Today, it's quiet. And I volunteer myself as former Minister of Local Home Affairs to help the Minister of Justice on some of the culprits that should be targeted when this lifestyle audit commences. Because it has been from nowhere gone quiet. We must be real when we are pronouncing some of these things. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the President referred to what my colleague mentioned in his point of order. Cadarism, I've always said, requires concerted efforts. It can't be fought through one pronouncement. We as leaders must play a role to ensure that violent cadarism, because cadarism sometimes is misconstrued and misunderstood. Just yesterday, I was watching one member of the presidential campaign in one of the communities in Kanyama, complaining to the Minister of Home Affairs that he was attacked by his fellow UPND colleagues, assaulted. So, as we talk about this political violence, we must be real, because it takes two to tango. And Honorable Minister, you should make sure that you are above, you make sure that you deal with these vices as they pop up, because they are real on the ground. I don't want to just mention the name of the victim who was complaining, because, but I'm sure it's in public domain. So, as we talk about integrity, as the President announced here, we must also reflect on how, like my honorable colleague, Honorable Tsanga, learned counsel, was talking about constitutionalism. Patriot Front is just one of the stakeholders. There are many other stakeholders that form part of the democracy that this country has chosen. Leadership of these institutions can never be imposed. So, when we hear this Mingalato and Mingalato that is affecting other democratic institutions, you're as the Vice President, let's not dilute democracy. I appreciate you have been an all-rounder through democracy.
Your time is up.
And that's how it should be.
Your time is up, Honorable Member.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I wish to inform the House that dinner for members of Parliament will be served at the National Assembly Montreal Restaurant at 20 hours, courtesy of the Right Honorable Madam Speaker. Thank you. Her Honor, the Vice President, adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is that the House do now adjourn. Any debate, any objection? The question is agreed to. The House? Is now adjourned.
So business resumes tomorrow at 0 hours. As you are aware that the House last week did suspend standing orders 25 rather, 27 and 115 over the National Assembly of Zambia, standing orders 2021, to enable the House to sit at 0 hours until business on the order paper for each day is completed from Tuesday 26th to Thursday 28th March 2024, and also to consider more than one stage of a bill at a single sitting.
And of course, closing business, as shown, and member of our Parliament was making contribution to the motion of thanks to His Excellency the President's address, the motion of 19th March 2024, following the address by the President when he addressed the National Assembly on the progress made in the application of national values and principles. And so, there being no member indicating for further debate on this particular motion, debate has since closed. And so, business resumes tomorrow at 09 hours. But just before we go, we quickly have a general outlook of the business of the House since business began. We had 5 questions on the order paper, and the first question was withdrawn, having been overtaken by event, and there's procedurally a member of Parliament who posed the question, sought leave of the House to withdraw the question, and leave was granted, and in that regard the question was withdrawn. And thereafter the 4 other questions were considered, that is understanding order number 74. After consideration of these questions, Joe, we had one committee report.
Yes, one committee report was adopted, and this follows the motion which was moved by Mr. Muvika Shangombo, Member of Parliament, urging the House to adopt the report over the Committee on Transport, Works and Supply on the ratification of the protocol amending the international agreement for the establishment of the Intergovernmental Standing Committee on Shipping for the third session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House until the 19th March 2024, and this particular motion was seconded by Rowan Member of Parliament, Mr. Christopher Chibuye. So this motion was adopted.
Right, after that, the House considered four bills rather. And in this particular respect, the Constituency Development Fund Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023, came for consideration at second reading, and along the way of its consideration, leave was sought by the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development to defer the bill for further consideration, and the bill is expected to be considered tomorrow, and the Minister sought leave of the House to defer the bill to tomorrow. After we had the Minerals Regulation Commission Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2024, which started being considered at committee stage and went through all the stages until it was read the third time.
The Animal Identification and Trust Spirit Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2024, was also considered at committee stage, so report to be considered tomorrow, 27th March 2024.
And closing the segment for consideration of bills was the Investment, Trade and Business Development Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2024, which also was considered at committee stage and went through until it was read the third time, and thereby being passed as after being read the third time. And then the House started considering the President's address motion. This is the motion of thanks, and the debate started with Kawambo Member for Parliament, Mr. Nixon Chilangwa, and has closed with Shiwangandu Member for Parliament concluding his contribution, and there being no Member for Parliament, indicating further to debate. The House has since adjourned tomorrow to tomorrow. But just before all the business was concluded, alongside this consideration, we had two rulings that were made on the floor of the House. The first one, John.
Yes, Madam Speaker also made a ruling on a complaint made by Mr. Munia Zulu, Member of Parliament for Lumez constituency, against Honorable M. Imposha MP, Minister of Water Development and Sanitation, for allegedly strangling him on account of his debate on the floor of the House on Wednesday, 11th October 2023, and on a complaint by Honorable M.E. Mposha MP against Mr. Munia Zulu MP for his alleged unethical behavior on the precincts of the Assembly on Wednesday, 11th October 2023. So the member was reprimanded and asked to read the apology.
Right, and after tendering that apology, we had another ruling, and the ruling was by Honorable Madam First Deputy Speaker on a point of order that was raised on Friday, 6th October 2023 by Mr. Mufarari, nominated Member of Parliament, and this was against Mr. Brian Mundubile, Member of Parliament from Porokoso constituency, for his alleged misconduct on the floor of the House on Friday, 6th October 2023, and on a complaint by Mr. Frederick Chatila, Member of Parliament for Momba constituency, against Mr. Brian Mundubile again. That was for the statements that he made on Friday, 6th October 2023 during the Patriotic Front PF party press briefing at the National Assembly Media Center. And this ruling was rendered in absentia, and that Mr. Mundubile was found in breach of necessary procedures of the House, and since been suspended for a period of 30 days effective today. So that is those are the two rulings that were made today. Not to take away, we had visitors that came and had time to listen to the deliberations on the floor of the House, Joe.
Yes, indeed. So the First Deputy Speaker made an announcement in which he did recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from Great North Road Academy School, Avondale campus in Lusaka, and on behalf of the National Assembly, Madam Speaker did welcome the visitors to the National Assembly of Zambia.
Right, there you have it. That has shaped business for today, and business has since closed until tomorrow at 9 hours. We sincerely want to thank all of you who've been following the deliberations of today's proceedings on all our platforms. That includes the Facebook page, the National Assembly YouTube, Parliament Radio and Parliament Television on both TV Topstar, DSTV, as well as Go TV, and we sincerely want to thank you on continuity this afternoon, and part of the evening has been Julia Sumsmali and Joe Agatama, alongside our sign language interpreters Jason Manda and Chola Kawama. Until tomorrow at 9 hours, do not go away. Do join our late evening rebroadcast of today's deliberations on both radio and television. Bye-bye for now.
Thank you.
There were 59,439 registered cashew nut farmers in Western Province.
The situation as it is, I'm incapacitated.
The good people of Petauke, especially Minika 1, where we don't have water.
This is now a serious risk on the people with Testezi. Last week we registered one maternal death.
Within the CDF, we can build palaces for all chiefs in our country.
Minister, when are we going to have money? When are we going to construct those people?
Catch us live on DSTV channel 272, OTV channel 28, Topstar channel 5, or visit the National Assembly of Zambia Facebook page. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you.